There he is. Where you been, Cliff? You got Fantasy Grounds open, you got Twitch open, but you're just waiting to join us till like 2 minutes before stream.
You gotta unmute first, kiddo.
Think of something mysterious and go with that. Not that I was eating tacos.
Eating
Whatever,
enchiladas.
whatever the mysterious thing is, it was that.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can
We're
break
helping a
literally
duck
everything.
across the road.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can break literally everything on my computer right now. I decided I need to make one more change to something.
Yeah.
And it's gonna require me to open Photoshop while I have everything else open, which is traditionally not a great thing to do. But, you know, traditions are made to be broken. Oh, that's so fucking cool, though.
First new, Light Eden.
Exactly.
First Eden, new light.
Why did that do that? There's some fuckery about.
What kind of fuckery is this? Bless you.
Thank you. Also, I'm making sure this time that all the sound is working. La la la. And so far, we appear to be good to go. Although, it has been this entire countdown going on, and I don't have any music on Sirenscape, so it's probably super boring.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't hear anything in Sirenscape, though.
You know
What's
what?
going on?
We're going to pretend that I did this strategically so everybody would have a chance.
Uh-huh. Just like you weren't eating tacos, it was something mysterious.
Exactly.
He got lost on the road of life, that's all.
And you can't really see it, which is a shame, but I have my my birthday shirt on. I figured this was appropriate for tonight's debacle.
That'd be great.
Debacle. Oh, that's right. We left off with that giant Colossus thing last time. All right.
It'll be fine.
I think I'd mentally blocked that out until you just said that.
You know, just an obsidian sentinel that wants K. It's fine.
Listen, it's better that I bring it up now than you realize it right when we're starting.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Who needs life? Life is overrated. But yeah, hey, happy Wednesday, everybody. This will be the, second to last Wednesday that we're doing this? Next week will be the last one. And then the week after that will be on Thursdays. I think. No, I lied. Next week and the week after will be Wednesday. And then the following week will be Thursday. The 15th will be the Thursday, the first one. So just so everybody is still keeping tabs on it. Yeah. So I have nothing really interesting outside of that. I'm really excited to get into tonight. So who wants to do recap? Not everybody at once.
Mine is a blank.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm coming to here. I'm trying to remember exactly.
I've already had a half bottle of wine.
I will individually come and kick each of you in the ass, except for Megan.
That might not be a great idea. I've had the runs today. That might not be so good on your part.
Listen, I can wash it off. You can't wash off shame. Believe me, I know.
Where did we start? That's the question. I know where we ended.
Nope, we started with sentinels and we ended with sentinels, baby.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. So we started with Tal popping off with Kay and Crow, and Geo freaking out, thinking the Sentinel had eaten all three of them and attacking the ground and shooting at the ground. And whilst that's happening, we pan over to those three, and they decide to come back. Why did they decide to come back?
Because the Sentinel had disappeared.
Oh,
So Tal went back to get you to calm the fuck down.
he didn't know I was freaking out.
We heard the guns and you screaming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then they were like, somebody should go back and get him, and Tal's like, okay, fine. Poof. Hey, get over here. Poof.
And then we all ran back.
Yeah.
And Tal and me got there before the other ones because we still had faster speed than the NPCs, so we had a little time to discuss on our own before they caught up. Then we decided to hide in the woods while Kay walked up and said hi to the locals, who were apparently, we found out later, watching the route that Kay came in by because they'd heard gunshots. Kay talks them down, gets the one main guy to agree to come to town and check it out, see if it'd be a good place to live. He says he's got kids, which seems to be a deciding factor. Once he decides, she talks him into meeting the rest of the group, and the group comes out. We meet the dude. We decide that the NPCs are going to stay because they can't return until the job's done. We go back with him to the town, show him around. In the morning, he just, we get a hotel room. In the morning, he disappears. Turns out he went to the breakfast place we like. However, we didn't know that. We start searching for him a little bit in the hotel. Geo goes out to start screaming for him, but there's a little evil midget at the door. Who's very rude, so Geo gets rude back at him, and then he uppercuts Geo in the balls. And
You make him sound mean when you say it like that.
Yeah, as if you weren't a dick first.
he was a dick first. I was just a dick back.
He asked what your name was, and then you said, "What's your name?" He said, "I asked you first." And you said, "Well,
I
you're
asked him
short."
first. No,
Well, fuck you.
no, the names wasn't it. I asked
you're
what he
looking
was
for Paul.
doing. He said he was. No. He asked what I was doing. I said, no. I asked what he was doing. He said looking for Paul. No, you're sorry. Okay. He asked what I was doing. I said looking for Paul. He said, "Oh, I'm looking for Paul too." I said, "Why are you looking for Paul?" And he said, "Oh, why are you looking for Paul?" And I said, "I asked you first." And he said, "I don't care. Tell me." And I'm like, "Well, you're short. So you tell me first." Because Gio's thought process was, if you're gonna be rude to me, I'm gonna one up you. I'm gonna be even ruder.
And his thought process was, I'm going to uppercut you in the balls.
Show you what a short
It was
person
a
can
great
do.
thought process.
And then we just we split off, going separate ways, both yelling for Paul. One of us much squeakier than the other. Eventually we find Paul, and Paul also ran into a short dude and was very confused by him. Though Paul didn't get punched in the balls. Paul had gone to get breakfast and brought back a apple turnover for Kay, and then we went and got breakfast for the rest of us, and then we went I went to the mayor's office and got the list of houses that, prices, and the ones that needed updates and ones that didn't, so that Paul could look it over. Paul said, "Cool, seems good," and we
Go to First Light.
we went to First Light to show him over there. We didn't really do much in First Light, did we?
No, just more of the same, but he found a house that he really liked in the, I don't know what
the
to call
outskirts
it,
of
the
First Light.
divide.
Yeah, the divide. At least that's what I've been calling it. I don't know who started
On
that.
It was more on the First Light side of things, had aberrant architecture and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, he found that house. then we discussed a bit more, kind of just small stuff, and then decided we needed to head back and actually get the power place fixed and get them moved. So we started to head back, and on the way back, was there anything that happened besides running into the Sentinel at the end?
The Essence Storm, K overloading, me
Oh, yeah.
accidentally angling you.
Yeah. Well, I think we all made the check for the entangle. But yeah, there was a Essence Storm, which everyone knew what it was except for Geo. He's like, huh, that's a strange storm. And everyone had to avoid overloading, and K crit failed, and then the ground tried to eat us, but we managed to avoid it. Or tried to grab us, something it was entangling. I wasn't sure. Her entangled is a quicksand aspect, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like bubbling
Okay.
sand that's swallowing you a little bit.
Okay. So yeah, we managed to, keep from getting swallowed by the sand. And as we were running out of the entanglement area, some more sand twirled up and formed the Sentinel that has been chasing K, and it walked through a part of the storm that looked kind of like TV static, and there's patches of this all over. And as it walked through the TV static, it like hardened and turned black, and that's kind of where we left off.
Yes. And
We left off getting ready to fix some TV static with some progressive maintenance.
exactly. So, not really gonna beat around the bush too much with this. Let's just get this started. So you guys start noticing.
Oh, that's sweet.
That we don't have fresh bennies or cards.
Yeah, we ain't got that far yet. Calm
I
thine
like the
teats.
map. I like the rain on the map. That is awesome.
Don't worry. The joy of this will soon fade.
Uh-huh.
And you guys are walking, there's the Essence Storm, and then you guys start seeing these like tears in reality appear, and inside of the tears you're seeing like this completely like black and white rendition of the world around you with like TV static, and then you see the dust begin to blow, and this giant sentinel appear, and as it appears, it kind of appears inside of one of these pockets, and as it steps from it, you see its sandy exterior start to harden over with this glass-like texture as it turns into this obsidian monster in front of you. And as it's standing in front of you, you're watching as it's holding the cage and it's looking directly at Kay. And as this cage starts to harden, he slams it down on the ground and it shatters, and he picks up this large shard of obsidian and he wields it like a spear. Everybody, go ahead and give me a spirit roll, please.
Only fitting.
Very fitting.
I'm already
I don't like
overloading,
that.
may as well.
All right. As this thing picks up the spear and starts spinning it around, Tal, Geo, K, and You all start to hear voices in the back of your mind. And the voice in the back of your mind, unlike it being the thing that you desired most from your previous encounters, in the back of your mind, you hear the voice of the person you hate most. And it is taunting you. The three of you, any action you take that is not directly engaging with this thing, you suffer a -2 penalty to. Crow, you hear the sound of the person you hate most in the back of your mind, but you're able to fight through the feeling of this static crawling up the base of your spine. You hear this sort of roar erupt out from this mouthless entity. And as it does, you start seeing more tears in reality start appearing all around you. Each one the same, that no matter how you look at it, it is facing you and you're seeing what would be on the other side of it, but in black and white and staticky. And then let's go ahead and do this. This feels more appropriate. Geo, whose voice do you hear in the back of your mind?
Oh, that's a good question. I've got like his friends in my head, but I hadn't really thought about previous enemies. His stepmother, I'm going to say.
And what's a brief synopsis of why he hates her?
She just has, she's just never gotten along, really. It's not the whole, oh, you're replacing my mother trope. It's very much they've just not jived since she started dating his father, and she's constantly expected more of him and compared him negatively against her own children, and it's just, he's never good enough.
So you hear like
especially
her
since
nagging.
he was a theater kid, and she expected,
Yeah. So in the back of your head, you hear her nagging voice saying, "Why couldn't you be more like Vinny? Why couldn't you do more with your life?" And as you look over at this thing as it's spinning the spear through the smooth patches of obsidian, you see her reflection looking at you.
Right.
It is your turn.
So I'm seeing her image through the sphere that's kind of
No.
floating around.
Like on the body of this thing, as it moves, it has like flat surfaces, like these flat pieces of glass, essentially. And off the reflection of it, you see her when you look at this thing, like as it's reflecting off, like almost like she's standing there and reflecting off of a mirror. But you're seeing it from all the different flat, chitin of this thing's body.
Gotcha. One sec, let me look at my adventure card. I need one of my adventure cards replaced, I think. Dark Bargain, and I need to have that discarded and redraw.
Yep.
I'm still. I don't know why, but I still think of the Crow as it. I saw Crow gave an adventure card to Kay, and I'm like, why did I give an adventure card to Kay?
Apparently,
I don't know.
you have the wrong
The
name.
name sticks with me. All right. So with that -2 to anything not directly affecting, would that affect like self-buffing as well?
Yep.
Okay.
If it is
In that
not,
case,
if it's not directly you engaging this thing, it's a -2 penalty. Yep.
Damn, that's even worse than provoke. I want that ability. All right, I'm gonna throw a. I'm gonna take out a knife and throw it at him. Then as I run toward him, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna, since in this game you can move and then attack and then move. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm gonna throw the knife right at her image.
Okay. And you don't have to do any sort of like aim shot or anything for it.
I was so close to that. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So, I didn't target him.
You're fine. That's it's definitely a hit. Hit with a raise.
Nice. Oh, size. That's right. Okay. And damage.
And also, it didn't do it like it was supposed to, but this thing is actually more like that.
Holy
Good.
crap.
Good.
And so with his right hand, with his right hand, he's pulling out a dagger from inside of his coat and throwing it. And then with his left hand, he's holding his staff, and this turn he can't do a second action, but next turn he is going to attack with his staff, so he's going to move that last 5 feet up there.
As soon as you move within range, he's spinning the spear, and he just
first strike.
bats
Damn.
you.
All right.
And you're able to duck out of the way of this, but as it flies over your head, you hear this sound that almost sounds like a scream, kind of as it passes by. And it winds up, and it's still looking directly at you right now. But as you threw the knife at it, it just kind of tinged off of its carapace.
All right. Well, that's my turn.
All right. Tal, whose voice do you hear in the back of your mind?
I've been toying around with that in my head for the past couple minutes. We talking
Like,
someone alive?
it doesn't
dead,
matter
or-
who you hate the most. Like someone that in any type of scenario, if they were there with you right now, it would be like you're gonna kill them on sight. I'm sure Tal has a few of those, but
I'm gonna go with season 1 Tao.
okay. And what is it about him that you hate so much right now? Like the naivety, the
Being naive, looking up to people that he shouldn't have, making foolish mistakes based off of those things.
So you hear this voice in the back of your mind, and you recognize it as a younger you, and you hear, we should just give these people a chance. What about all the good they could do? And as you look in this thing's direction, you see a younger you looking back at you from the reflections, and you kind of have your arms out in this sort of like approachable gesture.
Okay, so the Sentinel currently looks like him.
He doesn't look like the Sentinel. Looks like the Sentinel, but
Okay.
like imagine looking into like a funhouse mirror, like all the
You're talking
different
about the
shards.
void.
You're seeing all of the reflections on his body, almost like reflections off of a mirror, and in that reflection, you're seeing the younger you. This thing is still standing there, you know, fucking like 30 feet tall, giant Sentinel. But when you look at it off of the smooth, like. I don't know what you would call those. Like there's a bunch of like smooth shards of glass that are all like put together like a turtle shell almost to make this. And off of each one, you're seeing the reflection of you.
Facets.
There you go, facets. That's a good one. Plates, facets, chitin, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Okay, so succeeded on the spirit roll, but what does that have? Like, what effect is that having? Like, am I just?
Oh, you didn't succeed.
It was
Okay.
opposed.
That was an opposed roll against his 10. The reason that you're the effect of it is because you failed it. Anything you do that is not directly engaging with this thing, you have a -2 penalty.
Okay.
So like say you were to just run and you're just gonna do a run action, you would suffer a -2 penalty. Like, or if you were to teleport yourself away, you would suffer a -2 penalty. Anything that is not directly engaging with this thing, -2 penalty.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna start with. See if they'll let me target them. Now, I was going to not be so involved, but this scenario.
Understood?
Nah. All right, we're gonna do triple action.
Just remember that at right now you would be shooting through K. So you may want to at least step out of that immediate range to do what you're gonna do.
Yeah, he's just gonna step past her, and he's holding out a hand. It's glowing, and he is gonna start blasting.
Anyways, I started blasting.
Exactly. You know what? We're just gonna do the base blast. Fuck it. Alright, so. Number one.
Okay, that's a hit. As this spell hits it, you see the purple dark matter hit the outer shell of this thing and sort of dissipate across it. You see its entire image flash in that purple glow for a second, and then it fizzles out.
Okay. So it seems like it's not doing damage.
That one did not do any damage to it.
Okay. I mean, he's just doing rapid succession
Yep,
right
that's
now,
fine.
so we're not even gonna make any adjustments yet.
That's fine. It hits and the same thing. You see it hit and it just fizzles out.
Okay, and then number 3.
And that's just a fail altogether. So that one kind of hits off on the ground, and you see it kind of a patch of the dirt kind of. Because of you being the only person that understood the full nature of what was going on here, give me a smarts roll after that.
Okay.
Oh,
I got the multi-action penalty, so that's a 10.
Okay, perfect. So with a 10, given the fact that you know that like the xeno particles are what are causing these like tears in reality right now, and xeno particles being like the fallout of essence, like the aftermath of like essence being used, you assume that this thing has a resistance to essence just because it's made of like that xeno matter. So you don't get the impression that it is completely invulnerable. You just think that it's pretty hardy against it.
Okay. So despite the hatred, he's not like fucking berserking or anything, right?
Nope, not at all. It's just, you just have like this urge in the back of your mind of like seeing the person that you hate most. Like that, when you look at that reflection and you see that, like that immediately just triggers that response inside of you of like, no, for lack of better terms, like fuck this guy.
Do we have a mind link up with anybody right now? Maybe last session?
I don't know if you did or not at this point. With the Essence Storm kind of blaring, I don't know if you guys put one on or not.
Alright, he'll just say it's going to be resistant to essence use. It's time to get creative. And that's all he'll do.
All right. This thing lets out another one of those screams from this mouthless face that echoes all throughout this landscape that you're in. And it swings at Geogan and Geo's able to just nimbly move away from it. And as it does, it like stops for a second and it pulls its spear back and it looks at Geo for a moment. And Geo, you see this thing like studying you.
What'd you hear?
Crow.
How much movement do I have? 6.
5.
Right there.
As you run up, this thing is studying Geo and it sees you coming and it immediately turns and it just does a jab motion at you with the spear. And it, as you're running, it catches you in the chest with it.
Not just first strike, improved first strike.
As this thing hits you in the chest as you're running, you become impaled on the spear.
I don't get a chance to soak.
You do.
Where the hell do I need to? I don't.
Oh,
Wow. Yeah, so you become impaled on the spear as it literally strikes through you.
I was gonna summon my shields, but I guess that's kind of pointless now.
As this obsidian blade pierces through your body, you feel this cold burn that almost feels like the feeling of like when your arm falls asleep or your leg falls asleep, radiating from where this wound is. Please go ahead and give me a spirit roll. All right.
Reroll, goddammit.
If he's gonna be fucking hitting me for 21, I need to save that for soaks.
Okay.
Anything you do outside of attacking this, you will immediately suffer 2d6 damage. No save, no nothing. This thing has basically crept inside you to the point of all you can think of is this thing needs to die. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. And that's a fail.
What are you rolling smarts for? Oh, your rage. I mean, this is appropriate.
All right, still my turn, right?
It is still your turn. You haven't done anything yet except for move.
Okay.
And for the record, he impales you with it and then pulls it out. So it's not like his spear is stuck inside of you.
What else? Crow should have environmental protection up still.
Okay, sorry. That must have got deleted when I was clearing out all the Table of Fate stuff. Oh yeah, you and didn't Tal have it too?
Paul, yeah, I will put it on Paul.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, where is Paul?
Immediately
red
to
guy
the left
beside me.
of.
Oh.
Okay. I probably should do that.
Okay, so after it being pulled out of Crow, he's kind of like down on all his fours, struggling to get up, and with the blood dripping out of him, the blood starts turning black, and the bones that have been piercing out of him start getting more jagged instead of the armor-looking bones that he had pulled before. It looks more chaotic this time. And when he stands up, he slams both of his fists together, and the bones splinter out into these two big kite shield looking things. And he summons both of his shields. He looks over at Geo. His eyes are completely black, and his he has a set of teeth that are forming in over his mouth in these sharp razor-like teeth. He looks over at Geo and he says,
Get back. Get behind me now.
Love it.
and
All right, now where's the button that makes your camera change? Do it. Do it.
I didn't do it. I didn't have enough time. Okay, that is equipped. That should give me a +2 to parry on top of what I already have. And he's berserking, so he's gonna attack. Oh, wait, no, I can't move any further. So he's stuck right there. I didn't have any more movement.
Okay. And you don't have any reach on your stuff, do you?
No.
Okay. All right. Kay. Whose voice do you hear in the back of your head?
That one bitch who also worked at the club who always thought she was way better than Kay and was constantly telling Kay, you should just quit, you're too old for this shit anyways.
That's who you hate most out of everything you've been through?
Boy,
Not the people who hooked you up to an essence battery.
they dead.
uh,
She didn't have malice for those people, she had fear of those people. That's different.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so you kind of hear her voice like, "Are you still around kicking? I'd figured you'd be in Sandy Hills by now."
What is that voice?
Perfect. That's what it is.
When I think of people I don't like, that's what the voice that comes to my mind. I'm sorry. Do you want me to find a voice mod button I can press to make me sound more like a woman? I don't really know what else to do in this scenario here.
I'm just laughing that you went for a Boston accent.
What? I told you, that's what I think of. What can I do?
I thought you loved me.
You don't have the Boston accent like that.
It's not that strong, you're right. Too far north for it to be strong like that.
All right. So you seen Geo run up and get swung on twice and be able to dodge this. You see Crow run up and get impaled on this thing's spear, and then all of a sudden you see all these bones start jutting out of him and him turn all monstrous. And as you're watching this happen, from your peripheral, you catch a glint on this thing's chest, and all of a sudden you see her reflection looking back at you off of the chest of this creature that is swinging spear at Geo and Crow.
Okay, looks at the thing and just shakes her head for a second. She's like, okay, it's after you. Use your fucking head. Fuck. And she's just going to try to cast Wall Walker on herself so she can get away faster if she needs to. And I know that's going to give her a -2 on things because that's not directly attacking.
Yeah, and as you cast it, you feel the ground begin to rumble beneath you for a second, and you hear her like yell out like, "Hey, I'm talking to you!" And like it kind of catches you off guard for a second, and you feel your spell kind of tremble for a second, and it fades.
Well, we're still gonna take movement to, like, you know, move away from the group of people that she doesn't want injured.
Sure.
Because I forgot to say I wanted to multi-action beforehand, so I can't.
All right. Paul, he kind of like moves a little bit closer behind Tao, and he's like, "Do you know what to do with these things?"
The best you can.
All right. What the fuck was that? I threw the dice like this, like upward, and it just went pew off the screen to the left bottom. And apparently it's still rolling because it ain't. No, there it goes. Oh wow, that actually counted? Jesus. Okay. All right. So as you say that, he nods and he leans forward and runs a few steps to the side. And as he does, he simultaneously pulls down his sleeve, and you see his hands start to like bubble and boil for a second. And then he throws this bolt into the air, and as he does, it almost looks like he throws like a wad of blood at this thing.
Gross.
Gross. And it hits it, and as it hits it, you see like Geo, you see like this this viscous liquid hit it for a second and then kind of like absorb into it. And as it does, you see this like shimmer of red kind of reflect off of the crystalline structure of this creature that's towering in front of you. Yep. Seriously?
That's an ace in there.
All right. You start seeing the tears kind of mend themselves, and as they do, you see new tears open up around you. They go last. Geo, it will be your turn.
All right. Well, Geo is going to look very wide-eyed at Crow after his last pronouncement. Well, was already looking very wide-eyed after seeing a spear go through his friggin' chest. Then he's gonna say, like, fuck that, dude. And he's gonna try to cast Deflection on himself. And, well, first he's gonna try to cast Deflection on himself. So let's do this one at a time.
I mean, if you're doing a multi-action, we should call that first.
Wait, he's not. He's moving after that, but he's casting then moving. Right. And that would be at -2. So he gets his +1 because his deflection is restricted to self only. Not that it mattered.
I think it worked.
Alright, so yeah, he gets the raise version of deflection, so it covers melee and ranged. Let me just apply that to myself. And he's gonna take a step up right here next to it to make room for Mr. Rage Boy. But yeah, he's a little freaked out still, but he's like, fuck behind you, we gotta take this thing. And then he's gripping his staff, getting ready to hit it. But again, didn't multi-action, so he can't do that this turn. Alright, he's done.
Alright. Tal.
So is there anything that we can roll during our turn to like snap out of the taunt, or is it just he's just not able to shake that?
It has a 2-round duration before, so at the end of this one, it's gone.
Gotcha. So it was resistant last time. So he just looks irritated after like his blast didn't seem to be very effective. So, yeah, we'll cast a couple things to improve himself here. So first thing, we're gonna give himself some speed.
So that would actually be a 7 because that doesn't directly pertain to that thing, so it would be with a -2.
Okay. So plus 2. Okay, so I'm turning you. Oh, hey, it's actually letting me calculate shit correctly today.
Which doesn't happen very often.
Right. So do that, and then second action. Yeah, fuck it. And we're also gonna go for a deflection here.
So that'd be an 8.
So that's 8, 10. He's gonna stay put, so that's his turn.
All right. All right. And after you like step to the side, Gio, this thing winds up and it just does this sweeping attack. So that's a 8 on both you. All right, so it misses both. You know what? Let's have a little fun. All right, so not any better. All right, yeah. So it does this wide sweeping attack, and you read its telegraphs. You're able to dodge it, and it just crashes into the bone shields of Crow, and he kind of like thumps back when it happens. And as he does that, he looks down at Crow, and he kind of like pulls the spear over his head, and he cocks back in an aiming motion towards him. Okay.
Okay,
Do you want to multi-action?
I do.
Okay.
Question.
Answer.
Can I use multi-action to just, like, fire my bow twice?
Yes.
Okay. I was pretty sure, but then I started questioning myself, like, no, because rate of fire 1, bitch.
Rate of fire 1 just means you can't do like a 3-round burst as one action.
Okay.
Yeah, rate of fire essentially would mean you do that many per action.
Okie doke. So, oh, yeah? That's how it's gonna fucking be?
Oh boy.
That's how it's gonna fucking be?
This is gonna be perfect, that's fine.
Ugh.
Hey, go ahead and give me a D12, please. Two. Okay, perfect.
Again?
So, as you go to cock back the bow, or draw back the bow, I guess would be the better way to put it. You feel this sort of trembling inside your body as you feel the ground begin to swallow you whole as your essence pulses out. You are entangled. I will forego the damage on it.
Thanks.
But I'm going to say that you are both bound and entangled. So as you go to draw back the bow, all of a sudden you feel the ground begin to shift and you like sink down rapidly, like halfway up your shins, into the ground as it grabs you, which kind of knocks you off kilt a bit, and your arrow just kind of Heathcliff, keep it true here. Does a crit fail end your actions for multi-actions, or do you still do your second one?
There's no rule on it, so you should still get to do your other one unless your crit, the consequences of your crit fail prevent it.
Okay. So yeah. So I guess you could be the judge on that one. You just sunk down about 18, 20 inches into the ground, like in a matter of a second, just. And then you felt it kind of re-solidify around your legs.
Well, if you're ruling that they're bound and if they're entangled and bound, you can't make attacks while bound. So
okay,
they wouldn't be able to do a second shot. I mean, they could use their second action to try to break out. Assuming.
So there you go. Heathcliff's being meaner than I was. I wasn't gonna make it take effect till the end, but.
Oh, okay.
No, too late now. Too late now.
On here, Heathcliff.
Well, you says.
You can't always be the good guy. You gotta be the bad guy sometimes too.
I know, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, nope. So you could try to use your second action to break free if you want.
I would like to.
Sure. Oh, this is actually really like perpetually bad. So you're bound and entangled. For breaking free would be you have to make a strength roll. Oh wait, no, entangle roll is strength roll minus left at it.
It's either strength -2 or athletics with no negative at base. But then there's the fact that you're usually distracted as well, giving you an additional -2.
And
so really,
because this isn't directly attacking this guy, you're doing it with a -2 on top of it.
So strength -6 or athletics -4.
Yeah, so you either do a strength -4 or an athletics -2, whatever you want to do. And it'll automatically, it already has the distracted on there, so it'll automatically do the additional on top of it.
Let's try the athletics. Beautiful.
Yep, so, like I said, you sink about 18 or so inches into the ground, and then you feel the ground re-solidify around your legs. You feel this, like, tight constriction around your calves as you're, like, stuck in the ground right now.
Fucking kidding me. She's just like, they're pissed off at her own powers at this point.
Using a Benny.
Okay. Oh yeah, actually you wouldn't have been able to do anything that last turn anyways, huh? Because of the shaken. So it worked out this way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, go ahead and use the Benny to recover. You can either just that works.
Yep, okay.
Well, so you can either just play it and I can do it, or however you want to do that.
Crow starts walking forward. He gets like a foot taller as he's walking. His skin around his arms and his chest start to split open, and you can see the muscles growing inside of his body as he's walking forward, and he reaches out one arm. The shield splits. He makes a fist with it, and now he has one arm that's a kite shield of splintering bones and one arm that's a giant bone fist. And he walks up to this thing and just fucking punches it. And it is going to be a 3-action turn for him.
So what is it? First one is changing the shield
First
to
action
a fist.
is... Then 2 attacks.
Okay.
This is going to be... He has to do wild attack, so that's another +2.
Does the system automatically apply the gang up bonus for Geo standing there?
I think the system does it.
It should,
Okay.
yeah. So with wild attack, don't you roll it at a -2?
No.
No.
I get vulnerable at the end of my turn.
Gotcha. Okay.
I wasn't targeting him.
That's a hit.
Okay.
This thing
Is it
this
raised?
thing literally has a parry of 1. Like it's so big you can't miss it. And it is making 0 attempt to dodge your attacks or block your attacks.
Alright.
So as long as you don't crit fail, it should be a hit. Unless you somehow do some fuckery and make it where it's like a -1 you roll or something, then that would still be a miss, I guess. I've never seen that actually happen, but theoretically.
Okay, so the card I played gives him a +4 to his damage.
Yeah, +2 to each
And-
wound, right?
Yeah, so
Yep.
+4 to damage, then +2 more to damage because of the wild attack.
Yep. You hit him and you feel your bones crack against the chitin shield, the carapace of it.
Let's do it again.
Come on, roll up that 12. Wouldn't that have first attack have been a raise? Hit with a raise?
Yeah,
Should
you
he
are
have an
correct.
extra D6?
So extra roll that extra d6. Yeah, you crack against it and you feel your bones crack. Geo, he hits this thing so hard that the sound of it colliding together hurts your ears.
And after he it bounces off of him, he grabs it kind of with the shield arm, and he just goes in another one screaming. I don't gotta click anything because it should auto do the raise.
Yep, and it's auto doing the gang up too, which is nice.
Did it have a gang up?
Yep. All right. So you hit it that time, and you see a small plate on this thing where you hit it cracks.
Alright. That's all of his 3 actions.
All right. Merp.
Go sit down, Paul.
Hold on, let's try again. Oh wow, bad.
Paul.
Okay, it's not critical. We're good.
Okay.
So he is gonna run over here and try to help Cabe potentially.
I don't know if it's affecting. Do wounds affect damage?
No.
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 Well,
Okay.
only the attack.
Okay. Because the berserk is negating one of my wounds, and I don't know how to apply that to myself.
If you have the berserk effect on yourself, it should do it automatically.
There is no effect for berserk. This is all stuff
There
I have to
should be. It
manually
does a
go
lot
in.
of stuff.
Yeah, there
There's
should
nothing.
be. That's dumb.
Mm-mm.
It's not actually a power, is it?
No.
It's an edge. So it might
Um,
be in the description of the edge.
Yeah, I'm trying to
It's
see if it
not.
did it. Anything there?
There's nothing.
Berserk. So what's it say? Do.
Did you increase your strength by 1 die while you were
I
Berserk?
increased my strength. But my toughness up by 2. The only thing I don't know how to do myself is to add the ignore 1 wound of penalties.
We can build a custom thing that you can apply to yourself that does all that. But for now, you'll just have to offset it manually.
Yeah. I just gotta remember after the Berserk is
Shoot
done
me a
to
shoot
put
me a
everything
Facebook
back.
message to make that for you, because you can make it that while it's on you, it'll raise your strength die automatically, increase your toughness automatically, and then I don't know if I can ignore the wound.
You can.
I know they have a wound threshold, but I don't know if that has to do with the ignoring
No, you
or
can.
not.
You can create an ignore wound. I've done it
you
before
can,
for
like-
harrowed characters and deadlands.
Okay.
It'll just be like the same effect as whatever else edges let you ignore wound penalties.
Yeah.
I don't know if those are automated or not. They might be.
They are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so shoot me a Facebook message. I'll do it.
Yep.
All right. So, goddamn, what the fuck is up with these numbers? We're gonna say 4. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way because this is throwing off how it was meant to be. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 1.
Bye, Paul.
I guess we gonna find out what happens when they touch you.
We're gonna get back to the camp and be like, trust me, he wanted to move.
All right. So again, you see the folds, the tears in this veil kind of seam themselves back together, and you see new ones open up all around. Kay, you see Paul come running towards you to help you, and then all of a sudden you see as he's running this tear in front of it, and you see him run into the tear, and from your point of view, you're just seeing him in like black and white. And again, as you're looking through this tear, everything is like TD static. It's really staticky. Crow.
Triple action.
You see nothing. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and automatically remove the shaken. All right, your turn.
Alright, I'm trying to remember all the fucking numbers I gotta add up. Okay, I'm targeting him, right? Yep.
If nice. For the record, that nagging voice that you all hear of the person that you hate, the voice starts to die down, and you're able to focus on what's going on right now. So yeah, Crow, you cock back your fist and you hit him. When you do, you hit right in that area where it was cracked, and you feel it like dig in between like the bones of your fist into like the muscle, and you feel like the tear of the muscle. Yeah. So that's a wound.
That's some more damage.
Yep.
Alright, second attack.
How you doing there, buddy?
That's a basic hit.
You tell me on this one, Sin. So with Crow when he's raging, is there any logic to what he's doing, or does just complete like instinct take over when this happens?
I'd say he's still he's smart enough to make decisions and stuff, but it's also like pack wolf feral mentality. Like if there's an enemy threatening the pack, he has to go up and take it out.
Okay. Give me a smarts roll then. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be a multi-action, so that would be a what? Oh, it'd still be a 1 because of the wounds. Okay, never mind.
Alright, last attack then.
So just to be clear, you're doing 3 attacks, no defensive measures on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He still has 1 shield out, actually. I have to mark that on his shit.
Yeah, we need to create buttons for all your stuff.
I have buttons for the shield.
Okay.
I just don't have... The only one I'm missing is the...
Berserk.
There is a berserk. It's literally in it's the first one in the main effects under effects. If you open effects, I just found it.
Oh, nice.
Strength +1 die, toughness +2, ignore wounds -1.
Yep, so let me do this real quick then. I'm gonna do
You have to also remember to apply wild attack when you make an attack, because that's not constant, but it's the berserk will handle everything but the wild attack.
Yeah, I could drag that on you for now. I think there's a way that I can actually turn that into a button you can just have on your character sheet too.
Remember to take your toughness and strength back down now that you have the effect on you.
Yeah.
Good find, Heathcliff.
I was literally typing up a berserk effect, and I was looking through the other effects to look at the syntax, and I saw berserk.
You're like, man, this one has everything I need.
It's
Okay.
almost like built to handle it.
Right, this is fucking freaky.
Now, back to attacking.
So anyways, I started blasting.
Actually, this should be that. This should be that.
Oh, there's the gang up, okay.
That's some bullshit.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Crow is holding onto this thing, and punch after punch after punch, that sound wave ripples off, and bone fragments keep flying, and this black blood from his hand is smearing across the sentinel Crow, and he's just screaming the entire time.
So every time the blood hits the sentinel, you see it like kind of start to drip down, and then it just absorbs in. All right. Geo. Geo, give me a smarts roll.
Sure.
You see how hard Crow is hitting this thing, and you don't think you could hit that thing that hard.
Oh no, I know I can't hit that thing that hard. I have different plans.
And like the thought of like just this brute force attack probably isn't going to be the best one.
Oh yeah, I didn't need a smarts roll for that. I'm already planning on that.
Okay.
I'm gonna do what Geo do. Let's start with a multi-action.
Okay.
First action, he's gonna try to cast speed with the quickness modifier.
Okay. And there's no negatives now because you're just doing it straight.
I'm gonna go ahead and Benny that. There we go. Got my speed with quickness. Second action, Geo's gonna like try to channel up a single point of essence just into his hand, just visible, just holding it out toward the creature and saying, "Oh, come on, you know you want some of this tasty essence over here. Come on, try and get me." He's gonna make a taunt roll.
Okay.
He knows these things eat essence, and it seems to be really beating on Crow, so he's gonna try to pull a bit of it. So where is my taunt die? There it is. And I'm gonna use my free reroll on that since I have the edge to get a free reroll on taunt tests.
Yep.
Cliff,
Yeah.
Crow's berserking and he crit fail.
Is there a crit fail thing for Berserk?
Which means
Mm-hmm.
What'd that mean?
good things for Crow, right?
I wanna read it out verbatim.
Okay.
I don't wanna mess anything up.
Okay.
Anytime the Berserker rolls a critical fail on a fighting attack, he hits a random target within range of her attack, not the intended target, friend or foe. If there are no applicable targets, the blow simply misses or smashes a nearby object.
Geo, no.
Go ahead
I got
and
the wound already.
go ahead and roll. You still would get the wound, I'm thinking, right? Because it's a crit fail. I guess maybe not, because now it's moving the wound to someone else.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage. Do it with the +4, not the +6. I'll back out one of the wounds.
Do the void tears count as targets?
They do not.
Oh.
You said the +4.
Yep.
Man, I got all these bonuses to not be hit, but it don't matter if you've just got an auto hit.
I will remember that going forward, though. Believe me.
It's not my, not the strongest hit.
So
Alright,
before you do any of your speed and anything like that, recant it slightly on this. You're standing there watching Crow beat the shit out of this thing, and he cocks back for this wild swing. And as he does, the creature takes the spear that he's holding up like this, and as soon as he moves, he takes the end of the spear and kind of blocks with it, and as it does, you see Crow's hand glance off of the thing's forearm, and his fist kind of skits, and then in like slow motion, you see this bony giant fist just flying right towards you, and it just collides.
yeah, I'm gonna have to try to soak that.
Yep.
So
I really like imagining that Crow just accidentally nailed Geo straight in the jaw.
Cliff is nicer than me. All of his
Alright.
critical hits while berserking were going to be completely intentional.
Well, I mean, so do you want it to be that way? I don't want to ruin the RP that you have going for this.
Yeah, it's your character.
I imagine it more like after Crow like putting up a wall in front of this thing and Geo still being there, he would then like
trying to knock me out of the way.
yeah like
Yeah, like I
be a
told you to
shove
fucking move.
with his fist.
Okay. Then this
All
thing
right,
is still up, aiming like this. Crow gets this hit off on it, and then just out of anger, like.
Yeah.
All right.
like-
Well, with my, I soak both of them, so
Yep.
I'd like to flavor that with my combat acrobat. He tries to push me out of the way, and Geo just kind of ducks under it and says, "Fuck you, man! I'm not leaving you alone with this thing." And Geo's gonna. The only change from what I was gonna do on my turn is Geo is dancing around to the back of it, so he's not right next to Crow,
Sure.
but still attempting to taunt it.
Sure. Perfect. All right,
Do
and
we have any
then
raises?
we have 4.
Oh wait, no wait. Taunt is opposed, so it's got to roll against my taunt. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, I can't spend a raise on that then. So come on, get a 3 or less. Darn it. Okay. Well, taunt didn't work, but
This thing, even though you're taunting and you pulled your essence out, it still has its spear cocked up and aiming at Crow. And basically, like, it's almost standing statuesque while Crow is like pummeling him. He's just standing there like this.
oh shit, I know what I should have done. Okay, I know what I'm doing next turn.
All right.
Hopefully.
This thing, it's staring like in you as you're punching Crow, and you probably are too just like bloodlust raged to even notice what's going on right now. But every time that you're hitting it and it's staring at you, if you were to look up at its face, you would see your own reflection in its face right now as it's looking down on you. In this reflection, you would see you fighting yourself, essentially. So every time you're throwing a punch, you're like seeing yourself in the reflection, like fighting yourself. It's staring at you with the spear like this, and it just cocks back far, and you see its upper body sort of turn away from you. Paul is running. He steps inside of this tear that appears in front of him, and you see him looking at you, and his eyes go wide for a second, and he's like... You don't hear anything.
Gathered.
He reaches a hand out towards you, to try to like help you out of the hole. Tal, you just see, if you watch as Paul goes running towards Kay, I assume Tal would take notice of an action like that. You see this tear open up in front of him and him go inside of it, and then all of a sudden you see that as well. Like his dark red robe turns like gray. Everything about him turns black and white. You're seeing like that staticky look over him, and he's like grabbing his ears for a second, and then he reaches out towards Kay.
Hell he ain't. Let's see here. And she is sunken into the ground.
Yep. So I mean, it looks like he's trying to help. It doesn't look malicious or anything like that.
He's being sucked in by this void thing.
Well, he's in it already. Like, he stepped inside of it, and then all of a sudden you just seen him, like, change to, like, grayscale.
And I have no idea what the fuck this thing is.
Yep.
And, like, is this typical for a,
You've never
a
seen anything
storm?
like this before, no.
Okay.
No. Yeah, like, the essence storms here seem to react different than they did back home. And there are no penalties on anything that you do this round as far as, like, not attacking the creature directly or anything.
Okay, so we will double action. First one, we are going to try to teleport Kay out of her situation. And looking to place her like just a square to the left of Tal.
And as you like pull her where you see Paul reaching to, you see like this crater now. And as you look at Kay, like her feet are still like sunken in the ground, that you pulled like the ground and everything with her. So she is still like lodged in the earth.
I thought that might be a possibility. Let me see. One recipient. Raise on that.
For all intents and purposes, she is wearing the earth right now, so that's why I moved with her.
Got it. Second action.
Yeah.
We are. What do you have on you? Okay, just bound. He is going to cast a spell to basically stop her powers from gathering earth and shit around her and shut it down, basically.
Shut that shit down.
Yeah.
You do, and it has no effect on the earth being on there. You get the feeling that this is like she is organically sunk in the ground at this point.
Okay, so there's nothing like actively.
No. Like her powers made the ground like quicksand basically, and then when they cut off and everything solidified, she was in the ground. So it is a tangible hunk of earth that she is in.
Okay, so John wouldn't know how that worked, but would Tal know?
Give me a smart roll. I assume.
She's clipping.
Exactly. It's a Bethesda game.
In her skirt.
So like when you move her over and she kind of like appears there, you see like some of the dirt roll off. You're not seeing or feeling any active magic going on. You get the feeling that she is just legitimately lodged in earth right now.
Okay, so
With that smart roll, can I interject?
Sure.
Easiest way to get out of an entangle spell is to destroy the entanglement. Like, you can literally attack the earth. It has rules right in the entangle spell for how much damage you have to do to break whatever's holding them.
The only thing I'll say with that is he doesn't know that it was an entanglement spell.
Oh, okay, fair. Never mind.
But the same principle applies. You see that she is stuck in dirt. So the same principle would apply with it, but I would say you're not getting any vibes that active essence is making this happen.
okay. So instead of the spell, then we're gonna roll with. We're gonna try telekinesis.
What are you gonna do with telekinesis?
We're gonna try to just like split the ground, like so it just breaks apart at her feet. So like I'm not gonna blast at her, like.
Okay, so you're gonna essentially try to like tear it, like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like brute force that shit.
Yeah. I like that. Give me a D12.
Oops. That wasn't supposed to be. Okay, anyways. So, D12. Is it just not going to show the result?
It just give it a second. That's what it did to me too.
Unless you missed the chat box. If you roll it outside of the chat box,
Nope.
it won't show.
It rolled in there and stopped.
Has it reappeared back at the bottom?
Yeah?
Oh, then it's not going to show.
Okay, let's try it again. I didn't want that rolling nowhere.
An 8 would be the equivalent of like a wooden door, so I would say that okay. So you tear the earth apart and you see her stumble to the ground beneath a little bit. She is still distracted, but she is no longer bound.
Okay, and then
that would be like, I think
still-
1 round of distracted is how it works.
Distracted lasts until the end of your next turn, so it would end at the end of her next turn after being distracted, even if she was still entangled.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, so it'd be at the
Unless
end of
bound,
this
unless
turn.
bound, yeah. So
Yeah.
now that she's free, it's at the end of this turn. At the end of her turn on this turn, it would be done.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And then lastly, he's just gonna kind of like grab her face, and he's like, "Remember your overload training." That's it.
Okay, do you remember the overload training?
Remember your overload training and fucking Crow's over there like.
Never mind him. He's fine.
What are you doing, Sid?
I'm not touching anything.
Your die
Mine's right
keeps moving around. All right, so it is Kay's turn.
One shot, one kill.
Triple action.
All right, one sec. You didn't mean to actually put telekinesis on Kay, did you? You were just trying to use it?
No, yeah, just trying to use it.
That's fine. All right. Triple action.
Yep. So as part of her overload training, she's going to attempt to get rid of all of her power points as quickly as possible and attempt to force her essence into its opposite. So the first two blasts are going to probably still be earth, but the third one would be air. Little tornado wind bullshit. Land.
And just for my sake, you're aiming at the obsidian creature, or are you just doing it at the ground?
The obsidian creature.
Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, you're kicking up dust at it, and like this the chunk of earth that gets thrown kind of like past it in this attack.
Yep, first one. Doing great.
Yep, second one, same thing. Like you're like launching it towards it, and it just narrowly misses.
She just kind of grunts out in frustration that, like, nothing she's done has been able to help her friends when they're trying to protect her from something that's coming after her, and she's just like, "This is bullshit!" as she sends a wind ball at it.
That's a hit.
Whee!
Oh no, it's a miss. Sorry.
Oh, the arcane resistance.
That's a
You shoot the burst of air at it, and it hits it, and you see it sort of like absorb into it. For like a brief second, you see like this like shimmer of like this pale blue like kind of reflect off of its chitin, and then it's gone.
Okay, so that's 9, which still isn't half, so no backlash.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Sir?
Yeah.
She did not.
Oh, that one to the right of Paul. Okay, it went down.
All right. The tears kind of move about. And this kind of actually is great in a sense. Everybody except for Kay, go ahead and give me a spirit roll -2.
Cliff, you said you're gonna take off one of those wounds.
I did in the overlay.
That's not word counts, Cliff.
Okay. Spit it.
You seriously the same thing the second fucking time?
I have failed and I've already used my bennies.
Geo, Tal, you two start to feel your essence begin to fire on all synapses as the prolonged exposure to this storm has taken its effects on you. Okay. You hit the ground. You start launching your bolts at this thing, and then all of a sudden, everything goes black and white, and you hear the most foreboding and bellowing wind you have ever heard. It blocks out all other sound. All you hear is just rushing past you wind. You look at Tal, who's immediately to your right, and he's like ethereal, like you're seeing through him. Give me a notice roll, please. That's a 4. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. You get your Joker bonus. This is a 6. Doesn't matter either way. You turn and look to your right, and you see Paul, who is not ethereal. You look to your left, and you see Crow punching at this thing, and you see Geo, and both of them are ethereal, and you see this giant obsidian creature that is ethereal, and inside of this ethereal armor, you see this corporeal skeleton. And as it is moving, you're seeing, with every movement it does, you are seeing the skeleton of this thing, almost like an X-ray vision. You are deaf from the wind. And everything you do, you feel like you're doing in slow motion. With that information that I just gave you, what do you do?
With that information that you just gave me, plus K, still attempting to get rid of PowerPoints, she is going to multi-action.
Okay.
Would like to put Smite on my bow with armor piercing. Plus 3 armor piercing.
Okay.
Wait. No. I'm trying to remember from last time. Heavy weapon, do the big strong thing. Armor piercing's literally only for armor, right?
Yep, literally just pierces through armor.
Okay, so then we're gonna do a heavy weapon. Excuse me.
Heavy weapon is more for siege, so it doesn't really do a lot for individual targets. But you could do it if you want to.
Boom.
Heavy weapon lets you affect things that have heavy armor. Like, if stuff has heavy armor, you can't even affect it without heavy weapon. So if we're affecting him at all, he doesn't have heavy armor. Hopefully.
I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just letting you know that for typical like personnel strikes, heavy weapons usually isn't the thing. That'd be like more for attacking a building or a vehicle or something like that.
Does Fantasy Grounds show us if part of his toughness is from armor, or does it just show us the in toughness, not telling us what is armor and what's not?
I can see if there's any armor or not, but I think from your guys' point of view, you only see the total amount.
Okay, so that 25 could be all toughness, it could be some toughness, some armor,
yep,
for all we know. Okay.
So I'm still gonna go with the heavy weapon, because she sees the skeleton inside, and she's thinking maybe the skeleton is the main being, and
sure,
the rest of this is just like some form of a mech around him.
Okay.
So going to attempt to put smite with the heavy weapon on her bow. I would like to Benny that.
Sure. That'll do it.
Great. So that is...
The +2 damage, and the effects are at the very bottom. You can apply to yourself too. You probably want to apply it to yourself, though.
What?
You applied it to the target, not to yourself. I just changed it for you.
Okay, I was about to say, all I did was poke the button, it did that, and I was like, okay. Alright, and so... that ends up being times 4. Don't mind me, just still doing math. And then she's going to pull back on the bow and aim for the skeleton.
Sure. That's a hit. Your arrow tears through, and you see it stick into this thing, and you see it recoil in pain.
I'm gonna pause you for a second.
Sure.
I have dead shot, so with a Joker, that doubles my range damage.
Perfect. Then we will do
32.
a 32 on it. So yeah, you see this thing hit, and as you do, you take a chunk out of its rib cage, and you see it like fall, and it like gets caught inside of this armor that it's wearing. So you see like the bones broken and whatnot, and it kind of like recoils to the side. Yeah.
He doesn't know if it can hear her, but she's still yelling, "Come get me, bitch!"
Yeah, you're yelling in a wind tunnel at this point.
Yep. She's just mad. She's just mad.
Can I roll to see if I notice? I mean, I can obviously see her firing, but that she hurt this fucking thing?
You would see it react to being hit.
Would I have seen the arrow fly before impact?
I mean, you would see her knocking it, shooting it. I mean, you could
Right.
follow that whole thing happening, yeah.
But just like without being in the portal, I couldn't see after she shot it, the arrow was just gone, and then all of a sudden the creature reacted. Is that how it works?
Exactly.
Okay.
You see her knock the arrow, shoot, and then you see the creature react.
Okay.
And John, let me see here real quick.
No big deal if you doesn't for sure.
It basically before the round starts, it shows everything. I just got to remember to not click the down arrow twice so you can see it without it being a fraction of a second. All right. Anything else you're doing, Kay?
Nope, that was my 2 actions.
All
All she knows is that when she's in this thing, she can see it, so she's just like, I guess I'm staying inside of the mysterious Essence Void thing.
Okay. Give me a vigor roll, please.
That's fine.
So that'd be a 5.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, multi-action!
You start to feel a feeling wrap around your entire body that feels staticky, almost like falling asleep, like your legs and arms feel when they fall asleep. Paul is reaching out towards Kay, and she just like disappears and pops up over on the other side. And you see his head sort of snap around. And as he does, like he turns around and looks at you, Tal, for a second. And then all of a sudden you see that tear where you've seen him at like just disappear. And then he's gone from your view altogether. And then a few moments later, you see him run out of another chair a little bit down the way. Geo.
Right,
You've seen this thing aiming down like this, and all of a sudden it like winced in pain. Must have been Crow that did it.
Fuck yeah, let's help him out then. Geo is going to throw some magic at Crow.
Oh, wait. Before you do that, I apologize.
Oh yeah, I failed my spirit roll. Does that do? What does that?
Go ahead and give me a D4, please. That's kind of useless, huh? All right. You feel your essence kick off, and you notice this sort of time shift wrap around the obsidian sentinel in front of you, and you know from looking at what's going on, what's happening. You cast numb on him.
That's literally what I'm doing for Crow right now. It's like I'm about to try to cast numb on Crow, and what the? No. So multi-action. Because first of all, the most important things first. If Crow is actually damaging him, I gotta help him out. I'm casting relief. I'm gonna cast numb on Crow.
Okay.
That's a single success, so that's enough to reduce his negatives from wounds and fatigue by 1.
Yep.
Which I think is in the relief. I think I actually have that.
Yeah, there should be a
Let's
numb
see.
button.
No, it doesn't have a numb button.
Interesting. Okay. I'll put it on him real quick. Okay.
Alright, second action was gonna be try to taunt him again, but now that now normally when relief that's right, relief isn't a duration, it's an instant that numbs you for an hour. There's no magic after it's done. Okay, so I can't. Alright, yeah, I guess I'm gonna. There's not much I can do. I don't know why I multi-actioned. I guess I'm gonna do the same thing as last turn. Attempt to get its attention. This time it didn't seem to react to my essence, so I'm gonna just kind of beat on it with my. Yeah, just same thing. Yeah, to put out an essence and say, "Over here, you big stupid dumb! You think you can use our pasts against us? We know you're fake. You're just here to eat us, and you're an idiot." He's just reaching. He doesn't even know if it understands what he's saying, but he's still trying to taunt it.
Love it. Oh, I love Geo so much.
Taunt rolls have been good.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Oh.
I'm using my free reroll for my taunt.
Sure.
Come on, 12, roll up.
Oh,
No, never mind. 11. Damn it. Alright. He's just ranting at it. Crazed lunatic that's just jumping out of the way every time Crow or the Beast attacks him.
All right.
It's over there like, here, buddy. Come get it, come on.
All right.
Completely
So
ignored him, just like the dog.
the Sentinel begins to wail again in that voice that you can't see from this faceless facade. Everybody but K. Please give me a spirit roll.
Second in line.
Ooh.
Hey. So it resisted my taunt pretty well, but at least it doesn't do great on its own.
Yep, so it looks like, oh, Tal, did you do a spirit roll?
Why didn't
It don't like
it?
you today.
Apparently not. Just straight.
Yep.
Ugh. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. The same.
So everybody but Geo, if you, it was one better that time.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody but Geo,
Crow made it too.
did Crow make it?
Yeah. Only
Oh
'cause
shit,
I
he
numbed
did,
him.
yeah.
That
So
numb
then-
already paying off.
So everybody except for Crow and Geo and K.
So just Tal and Paul.
If you do anything other than a direct action towards this thing, you will suffer 2d6 damage. As you start feeling that rage build up and you start hearing your most hated counterpart begin speaking to you again. Oh, actually, you know what?
For those of us who made it, do we still hear it?
You do, yep. And then with his second action, he is going to take a focused jab at Crow, as he spent his entire last turn focusing. Do 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 do. Would a 12 still hit?
8 plus
9.
According
Oh,
to
so it's
the
9.
thing
Okay,
here,
so it's still
it
hit.
would be without a raise.
is
It would be.
shield 9.
Yeah, so it's just 9 total, so it would be without a raise. There should not be a gang up bonus there. That is a misnomer. And I'm gonna fix that by doing that. Okay, so we're gonna do without the raise. Okay. You know, that's a really low roll for as much damage as this thing can put out. Okay.
Still 3 points below average.
Yeah. Yeah. I should grim, but whatever. We'll do this one more time just to make sure. All right. That's a little better. So Crow, yeah, this thing, you see it like honing in, and it twists its body, and then it just thrusts forward at you with this.
Ignored 0.
I'd ignored 1.
Okay.
All right. All right. So, it thrusts down at you, and you manage to put your shield up. And as you put your shield up, it hits just the edge of it, and it kind of skids off the side, and it still stabs you in your shoulder slightly. All right, and Tal, you start to hear yourself talking, and you're like,
I hate that guy.
what would
Bitch.
Mr. Felix or Mr. X think of the way that you're acting right now?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And for the record, from where you're standing at right now, Crow is in your way, and then Geo is behind, so do with that information what you will.
But also I'm aware that Kay hurt this fuck standing on that side of the portal.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. He's gonna try and step through.
Okay.
As long as he's successful, he's gonna turn to look at this thing and see how it looks.
Yeah, so you'd have to move like 2 over or so just to get through the veil. And as you look, you run through this veil just in time to see this thing like thrust the spear at Crow and Crow block. And you see like Crow's like ethereal, Geo's like ethereal. This creature you're standing there, as you seen it a moment ago, is ethereal, but then you see this corporeal skeleton in the center of it, thrusting forward what looks like an incorporeal spear.
We're gonna do a couple actions here, Cliff.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see how these two do first.
First action, Kame. Second action,
Exactly. What's the size of this thing?
The creature itself?
Yeah.
It's like 30 feet tall-ish.
Oh, time for some of that Makaken's Popa.
2, 5. That'd be pretty fucking expensive. Yeah, let's back this down a little bit. Okay. Yeah, we'll start with you.
Oh, and for the record, too, as soon as you step through there, you get the same thing. That strong wind sound. All you can hear is the wind. It drowns out the sound of yourself talking, even.
Oh, good. That's even better.
Yeah, and the only thing you hear is this wind, but you are effectively deaf.
Works for me. Gotta hear that little bitch. Alright. So, being that he's in this new world, he's gonna first hold out his hand and just make sure that energy starts forming as normal.
Yeah, so as you hold your hand out, you feel it's like slow and sluggish to even move. But as you hold it out, you see it start glowing. And as it begins to glow purple, you start seeing, as the wind is blowing through, like specks of your essence begin to break off.
Okay. We are gonna go for armor piercing 3.
Okay.
Plus the additional damage. And we're going to fire at this thing and see what happens. So, first one. Oh, I'm hitting K. I probably shouldn't do that.
Would not be advisable.
We're going to clear that, and we're going to select the correct target. Put that. That'll be because it switches the map first and then does it.
Here, I got you. I don't think you'll be able to target it anyways, to be truthful.
Okay. Alright. So, is that a hit?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a spell. It's still a hit with a raise.
Okay.
So actually, let me do this. It'll make it a little easier for you.
Thank you. And then I'll throw in the additional die for the damage. Okay, and that's with armor piercing 3, so there's nothing to click on for that.
It's the same effect. So it is unharmed by it. You shoot this this blast out, and you can see as it's traveling, like things are moving so slow, you can actually see the projectile of dark matter traveling, and like as it's flying through the air, you're seeing it being broke apart. And by the time it hits it, it's like half the size that it was, and it kind of just fizzles off of it.
Okay. So we will then try... blast with extra damage.
Okay.
So the next second one is like a much bigger ball, and he throws that. And let's see if it's...
Yep.
Okay. Wait, hold on. 36. Okay, so 46 with the raise. So we should automatically add the extra, I would assume.
God damn.
Oh.
Yeah, so you see,
Didn't you say blast with extra damage? I'm just
Yeah.
seeing the normal
Should-
3d6 plus 1 for the raise.
Four, oh, 4d6 with a raise is what it has listed for additional damage. It would be 3d6 otherwise.
Oh, okay, so the other one was a blast with additional damage as well. Okay.
The first one was a bolt. This one is a blast.
Oh, okay. It said blast on both, so.
so you hurl this ball of energy and it hits, and as like this eruption of dark matter comes, you see like as this wind is blowing through, like pieces of it just being broken apart, but you still see enough of it hit this thing and it reacts to it, and you start to see like parts of its like arm like break apart and dematerialize, and it lets out this like wail when you do that. Everybody hears this thing let out this wail of pain.
Oh yeah, go Crow! Show it who's boss!
All right, was that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a vigor roll, please. Seven.
Oh, the multi-action was on there for that, so that should be a raise.
No, it ignored it. It did a 0 for the multi-action.
Oh, okay.
7. 6, 12, 18. I assume an 18 is enough to give you a wound.
Yeah.
Okay. You suffer a wound as you see all of the energy from that attack that was breaking apart now come your way. It hits you, and it knocks you backwards through the portal. And actually, it would knock you backwards through the portal because of where you're standing at. So it knocks you backwards onto the ground. You are knocked prone from this. And you're seeing part of your cloak and everything has been just dematerialized from this dark matter hitting you. Probably one of the first times you've actually been hit with dark matter yourself.
This actually sucks.
But you are knocked prone. Which just means that you basically are gonna have to, not be prone.
Dematerialized. There we go.
There you go. Perfect. All right. No, stop it. You're not shaking anymore. Stop. Why are you doing this?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
What?
So it's no longer shaking. So as this blast hits it, you see the skeletal head snap over and look in your direction. And it takes its left hand and it points at you and it begins to scream. And as it does, so on Geo Crow, you see this thing turn and point, and if you were to look over your shoulder at the direction it's pointing, and there's nothing there. And it begins to scream. You guys don't hear anything. You just see it standing there pointing. Tal K, the sound of wind, the deafening wind, is just cut through by this shriek that just fills your mind. You feel this scream, and you feel the wind shift, and all the wind begins blowing directly into Tal. Tal,
Not today.
How tall is this thing again?
30 feet.
10 meters. Okay.
All of a sudden, you start feeling the wind nicking into you, and you feel parts of your being pulled away by the wind. Do you want to attempt to soak this?
I'm playing my adventure card there.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Cause it be a critical failure. Okay. So you feel like the wind begin cutting through the clothes that you have, and you feel like a burn as it rushes across your skin. But you negate the damage from it.
Maybe say his deflection shield is catching it, maybe.
I mean, you're noticing pieces of your clothes are being fucking ripped apart, so it just didn't get through to you yet. Oh shit, and you know what I forgot? Hey, John.
What?
God damn it. 1,
It's
2,
also a
3,
critical
4,
failure, by
5,
the way.
6,
You
7,
just missed.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Give me 2d10, please. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. As you get knocked to the ground and you feel the wind start to shift, you feel this sort of involuntary flux of essence erupt off of you. And as it erupts into the wind, you feel it catch back onto you. And you have slothed yourself.
Okay.
Crow. Before we go further with this, did you pass your spirit roll or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we don't have to go through this exercise. Is that a euphemism?
All right.
Yes.
I wasn't gonna do something, but Geo is cheering me on, and apparently I'm putting some damage into this thing, so I gotta keep going. 2 targeting. Yep. Triple act. Fuck.
Sorry, no triple fuck.
So what?
Damn.
-4 on that.
For what?
That attack.
Why would it be a -4?
Because I didn't click the triple action before I rolled.
I mean, traditionally that would mean you don't do a triple action, but sure, go ahead. So that would be what then? It's still a fucking hit with a raise.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Look, it's still a hit with a raise.
Okay. And now damage. Big damage. Come on. That is not big damage. That is very small damage. God.
Oh, you don't have no bennies left.
I'll make sure you do the triple click thing now.
I did. Regular hit.
Wow.
Very small damage. One more.
Did you remember to apply your mandatory wild attack?
I'm doing it manually.
Oh, okay.
I'm not putting it in for damage though. It's not gonna make a difference, but I forgot to put it in for damage.
Okay. Just checking.
Are you also putting in the fact that you should be vulnerable then?
I don't have that. That's something I can
Because
put on myself.
that means that that'd have been 2 more. It wouldn't have made a difference. Okay.
Alright, last attack was a hit.
Yep. Crow, you feel yourself.
What's with all these little fucking numbers?
You feel yourself like winding down as the battle ensues.
Not one of these was over a fucking 5.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
That's all I can do.
All right. So we'll do this. John, you should be able to see what cards you have, although I'm guessing which one you want to use.
Well, we're good there.
And then this, and then
Oh, John, you about to take him down before I have a chance to do the fun.
We'll see.
Take him down before he has a chance to do some fun.
Oh, I'm not gonna do anything that actually makes a difference, but it's gonna be hilarious if I manage it.
Like, all things considered, my damage rolls were pretty good, just not for this type of enemy.
all right. So did you decide what cards you want to use, John?
Yes, I am going to hold my turn till after Geo goes.
Oh, you're so kind.
That's not meta at all.
Hey, he's lost now.
That's fair.
Okay, let's see if I can pull this off. Geo's running. Oh, he got a 1. Still doubles to 14. Alright, I needed a 4, but he can still half do it. Geo is going to... This thing ain't paying attention to him, and he needs it to pay attention. So he's going to try to climb up to its face to get its attention.
Okay. So you're gonna try to climb
So-
it?
Yeah, that's athletics check, and climb takes you do 1 pace per 2, so he can climb up to 7 pace, which would be 21 feet of the 30.
Yep. Yeah. Well, you got to do athletics, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So Gio's just gonna start everywhere there's a little groove for joints. He's just gonna hop up, grab it, kip up between the legs a few times, and get up to about the armpit, because that's 21 feet. And he's gonna poke his head from under the armpit, like, "Hey, down here! I'm tasty. I'm yelling at you. Stop paying attention to him." I'm gonna try to taunt it one more time.
You know what?
Spirit.
I'm not even gonna challenge the roll. You have
Alright.
its attention.
All right, and I have taunt, so it is. I am applying distracted to it, so it's at -2 to everything it does, and then taunt, so it's a further -2 to anything it does that is not against me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, no, because Crow's trying to hit it pretty hard. I'm gonna apply vulnerable and taunt, so it's at everyone attacking it this turn is at +2, and it's at -2 to do anything to anyone other than me.
Sure.
All right, so vulnerable and taunted, and my turn is over. I have done my climb check and I've done my taunt check.
All right, vulnerable, and do you have something for taunted?
Let me check if the edge has one on it. Let's see.
I think it's probably just I just manually have to know if it's not coming towards you to do -2 to it.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. It's coming towards you. All right. Is Tao gonna go now?
Yep.
Go ahead and give me an agility roll.
He has a Joker. He doesn't have to.
What
Joker
do you
goes
mean?
whenever they want. Without the Joker goes whenever it wants. It doesn't go first.
Oh, so trumping the traditional hold. I got what you're saying.
Yeah. Joker goes whenever it wants. Most people choose to go first, but you can literally go whenever you want without having to roll agility to roll off.
All right. Go ahead, John.
Okay. We're going to, since we found something that it didn't seem to like, we're going to do it twice. So extra damage. Oh no, we ain't joking. Let's see how many of these we can actually get off here. We're gonna go 3
Also, it's
action.
vulnerable, so you're getting +2.
Yeah. So yeah, let's see what happens here. So number 1.
Oh, it's even worse than I thought, Cliff. I just looked up Joker. Characters with a Joker act whenever they want in the round, even interrupting another's action. It doesn't say turn, it literally says action.
Nice.
Number.
So yeah, you shoot that burst. That's a blast, right?
Yes.
So you shoot it, and you see again that explosion of like dark matter. But as the wind is blowing, you're seeing the pieces breaking off, and you're starting to see them fly directly at you.
Okay. Do it again.
So
Does he?
does 6 damage do a wound to you?
6? No. Like, is it just automatically hit? Like, it's just like a straight reflect, whatever?
Literally everything that is going on right now is being blown in your direction. So any of those pieces that are specking off, they're literally flying at you.
Okay.
So it's
how far can he?
how far what?
How far can he move?
You?
Yeah.
You got to use what is it for getting off of prone? Is it you automatically use half your movement or 3?
It's 2 pace to stand up from prone, if I remember correctly.
Then you have 4 left.
Okay. If he moves over here, does that get him away from the direction that it's blowing in?
So as you start to move, you feel the wind blowing on you, so it's actually going to be considered difficult terrain, so you can move 2. And as you move the 2... Why is this doing this? As you move the 2 over, you're feeling the wind still blowing at you. Essentially, the wind feels like it's coming from this thing to you, no matter what. You don't feel a difference. Kay, you would feel a shift in the wind as Tal begins moving away from you. You feel the wind almost start to turn, and like you're feeling it blowing on you like this way, and then all of a sudden you're feeling the wind blow from over here.
Should I? Doesn't enough, but not the greatest. I don't know. We will wait on that. Okay, so second spell. Clear target. Target itself. We're going to do Arcane Protection. A raise, and then finally fucking blast him again. Asshole.
And that is a
Close
miss.
combat.
Targeting myself, sorry.
I was like, what the hell? I'm just going to reapply it here. Yeah.
Alright. And then we will do boom boom. What the fuck is it? Yeah, we're rolling the fuck
Wow.
I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, fuck that shit.
113 to 225.
You know what? One more.
Wait, has it that he's attacking the sentinel? Is he not attacking the skeleton now?
No, he should be attacking the skeleton. It's... let me see here. How did you switch that off? Did you retarget?
Yeah.
Because he was targeting himself.
Oh, okay. That's my bad. Hold on.
If you're ever targeted on something and you want to buff yourself without untargeting it, you can just, instead of pressing the button, drag it over to your character portrait in the upper left and just drop the effect on yourself without targeting.
Oh, there's another 6. I can't see what that one is.
Oh,
I can't see what that one is. All right.
Yes!
The funny thing is, but why did it do the sentinel again? Either way, so here, but before we get into too much of it, so when you're doing blast, right?
Yep.
So when this thing hits, you start to see like its bones and whatnot, like start to just disappear from everything. What does this look like when you fought when you fell this thing?
So he is just looking pissed, and he's yelling, but because of the wind, he can't even hear himself right now. And since like the first blast like started dissipating in the wind, he repositions, and this would be something funny enough that only Kay would probably recognize. He goes back to the way that he first threw a blast, like a baseball pitch, in the same form that Felix taught him how to throw a pitch, and he just fucking lobs this thing and it just detonates.
Yeah, so you hit it and then it starts to let out this scream, and then the scream is just silenced, and all you hear is the wind again, and you see the skeleton of this thing begin breaking apart, and you see the this sort of this ethereal armor begin to tumble to the ground, and that skeleton is gone. And as he begins to fall, you see this large chunk of the blast break off and blow directly towards you. You get hit with 14 points of your own damage, which is half a 35 minus 4 from your arcane protection. So you are still hit with 14, which is 2 wounds. Do you want to try to soak that?
That was my last Benny.
You got 2 wounds, my friend. As this, you see him fall, and as he does, you see the chunk of your dark matter like break off and then hit you. And as it does, it hits you in the shoulder. It rips apart your cloak, and it almost like takes you backwards. Like you feel it drag your feet a bit. And you see it break off and continue blowing through the wind. And as this thing falls, Geo.
So does Geo.
Geo, give me an agility roll.
Can I use athletics?
Sure.
This feels more athletic. I mean, my agility's higher, but this feels more athletics to me. Alright, 1 second. And the main reason I want to use athletics is because for athletics I have acrobat, which means gives me a free roll on balancing, tumbling, or grappling. So I'm gonna re-roll that. Still 7. Right. Do I come out unscathed?
So, yeah, why not?
Okay. Then what I think... Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, so as you're like climbing this thing and you like poke your head through its armpit and you like taunt it, you see it turn and look at you, and then as it does, you see it like move its other arm around like it's trying to grab you. And as soon as this hand is just inches away from you, all of a sudden you feel its weight kick out from underneath it, and it begins to tumble forward. And you're like here, and this thing is falling directly on top of you. So you manage to like scurry and push yourself off of it, and like kind of like kick yourself away. As this thing falls, Crow, give me a D4. On a 3, this thing is falling in your direction. Okay. So this thing tumbles to your right, its left, which would make sense given the way that it was hit from Tal anyways. And it hits the ground, and as it hits the ground, it just breaks into these obsidian crystals that just shatter across the landscape. And as it shatters, you start seeing the blood and the earth and the dark matter leaking out of it and seeping into the ground around it. And there's like these pools of just like concentrated essence in the wake of these shards. As this thing falls, what do you do, Crow?
Is there any bigger chunks of it? Or is it just little shards everywhere?
High or low?
Low.
Yeah, there's some larger chunks. Maybe like, handful size, like cluster of it.
Alright, Crow, like, as it's falling, he puts his shield up and, like, blocks anything that might have fallen on him. Then, like, kind of limps over to where the head landed, and any bigger chunks there, he's just smashing with his fist.
Sure, yeah, you pulverize it into like the fine dust. Geo, you push yourself off. I assume you do some nice flourish and land on the ground.
Yeah, I'm thinking he the way he gets off is he climbs it the rest of the way.
Well, I don't want to know how you get off. I want to know how you get out of the hold. Calm down.
Take what?
Nothing. I was being a smart ass. You said you were getting off from it?
Yeah. So he like as it's falling, he climbs toward the head, and kind of kicks off of it and lands as it's falling. And then as he sees it die, first reaction is to look toward Crow like, fuck yeah, give me five. And then sees Crow running toward the head where he is. And he backs up a bit. 'Cause he's like, fuck yeah, give me five. Backs up like 2 steps as Crow's running toward his position.
Like after the first smash, he like looks up at Geo.
Get out of the Essence Storm.
And finds another big chunk, smashes it, and like completely ignores him after that.
So Gio, in your excitement, you're kind of like looking towards him, and obviously you're not going to get any kind of reciprocated emotion there. You like turn to look for everybody else, and you see Paul, and that's it.
He eyes wide. He's like, where's the rest? And then he's just looking in panic all around, not even knowing what way to run.
Paul points to like one of the tears, and he's like, I think they're in one of those things.
That counts as out of the Essence Storm. And Geo starts running toward the tear.
Okay. Yeah, you see one like close and then open up not too far from where you're at.
Oh my god.
This one? Just fucking, I guess he sticks his head through?
Sure.
Pokes on through.
You stick your head through, and as soon as you do, you're deafened by the sound of this wind. Give me a notice roll -2.
Nice.
You look in and you see to your left Tal, who's kind of standing there looking like breathing heavy, and you could see like his clothes are tattered at this point. And then Kay standing there, and at this point the storm inside of here has gone turbulent. And instead of the wind being blowing in a single direction, it's starting to whip around in like cyclones. The sound of the wind blowing in all your ears is starting to get more and more high pitched. It's almost to like sounding like a tea kettle at this point. Tal and Kay, give me a notice roll with a -4. Ooh, oh my fucking god. Heathcliff, give me a D100. And I'm just letting you know in preface, if you roll a 1, your character is dead.
Don't roll that.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. So, it's turning like cyclone, and Gio, you put your head in there and you see them and like want to call out for them, and even like yelling at the top of your lungs, you can't even hear yourself over the sound of this wind, this high-pitched tea kettle hum of a sound that's just getting higher and higher pitched, like just the few seconds that you've been engaging into this.
All right. Is there a rip that's closer to them?
Yeah. I mean, if you're pull your head out and like look around.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull my head out, and now that I know where they are in the real world and know that these rips like lead to wherever they are, really, I'm gonna go to a rip that's closer by to try to.
I mean, so looking at where you're at right now, I would say that you're probably. Did that not actually move you?
I've seen him move.
Yeah, I moved.
Why did it not move on? Oh, wow, that was really weird. It didn't move on the chat view, though. So, okay. So, yeah. So, really where you're at, you see another rift further down the way, but you don't get the...
All right, he's just going through the rift. He's just going through the rift and running over to them because, fuck it, his friends need help.
Sure. You walk over there, and as soon as you get inside of this thing, Holy, and you're moving, you start feeling your movement sluggish. Like you feel like you're fighting against a hurricane as you're moving through this, as the wind is whipping in all different directions. So your movement is halved while you're in here. Hey, Sin, let's make this fun. Give me a D10. Alright, so you're rolling a 7 on that? That's actually a 5, because your Joker bonus should not really matter right now. So that's enough to heal 1 wound.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and...
Well, wouldn't he also, if he
Seriously.
doesn't have the Joker, wouldn't he also not have the multi-action?
True. Two.
So it'd be no -2, no +2, so
it's still
be a
7. It's, no matter how you look at it, it's still 1 wound, though.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. So as you run in there, you see Tal like trying to heal himself, and you're seeing like his hands glowing with this dark matter. And as it does, like the dark matter, you're seeing it like be picked up by this wind and like fleck off of him. So like as he's applying it to himself, he's not even really like imagine having like a handful of like balm, and like by the time you get to you, it's just a little smidgen in like the middle, and he's like trying to rub it on his shoulders.
Start throwing gang signs at him. Well, that's what it looks like, but Gio knows. Gio has American Sign Language on his language list, so he's trying to sign at him, hoping that one of, because he can't. He's if anybody knows ASL, they would be able to translate it as "Crow killed it. Let's go."
Hold on. Shit, nope, I don't have it.
Did you ever actually build your full language list?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought that you were leaving some like for like later on if you found a language or something.
You speak a language you don't know. Yes, I do.
All right. So are you running towards him? You said.
Yeah, I'm running toward both.
And
of them 'cause
your
they look like
pace is 6.
Well, my speed is still up, doubling it. So if I'm running, I'm running, so my pace die would apply.
Okay,
So I'd be
cool.
going somewhere between like 6 and 12, even with the slowness.
Yeah, so you can get to him then. Yeah, so you run between them, and so the two of you see Geo running towards you through like the chaos of this storm that's just ripping about in here.
The action I was gonna have Kay take is going to be taking place as Geo's coming into view. She's not gonna be able to react before what she was about to cast is going off, so Geo's gonna think it looks like he's approaching Kay, and then planning to cast intangibility, so she's just gonna disappear into the whipping wind because she's currently using her opposed essence ability, so she's still casting air, so it looks like that she was just swallowed by the whipping wind currents and disappeared into the void.
Does Tal know this? So you're doing this?
He may not. He knows Kay's abilities, so he could guess, or he might think she's gone as she's just working to get out of this storm. But since she's considered incorporeal, the physical world doesn't affect her, so she was just trying to not have to fight the wind.
As you cast incorporeal on yourself, you stop hearing the sound of the wind. Everything is quiet. And as you look about, you see there are hundreds of spirits going about their day, And as you cast this, they stop and in unison turn and look at you. Like, think of like being in like Times Square, New York, and everybody just suddenly stops and looks at you specifically.
I'm just gonna wide eye a moment as she's looking all of them and be like, hello?
As you say that, like, you see some of the spirits look at one another in confusion. High or low?
Hi.
And you see them sort of being leery, like keeping their distance, but like looking at you like you're some anomaly.
At this point, she's more focused on getting out of the tear, as it seemed like the storm was getting worse after this being was killed. So she's trying to reach the nearest tear to get back to reality, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Or whatever's closer. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'm gonna hold you on that for 1 sec. Tal, you see Geo kind of like start making his way through the storm as you're healing yourself, and then you look over at Kay, and then all of a sudden, as this gust of wind cuts through, you see her just like she's gone. She's still there, but she looks almost like everybody else looked when they were outside of the tear. But different. She has almost like a pale purple color tone. And none of the wind or anything seems to be affecting her. You've seen her hair all blowing in the wind, and then as soon as like she changed like this, you've seen her hair just fall normal. And you don't see anything touching it right now.
He gets up, like still favoring the worst of the injury that's remaining, and he is just going to approach, and he will attempt to use Mind Link and see if that still works.
I would
Intangibility, intangibility says that they're still susceptible to supernatural attacks, including powers and enchanted items.
I would say in this moment your mind link does not work.
Okay.
You can see Kay, but like nothing that you're doing right now is registering like that she's actually there.
All right, and nothing. There's no reaction on her end that she can see me or Geo.
You see her sort of looking around, and then she begins to just walk.
It's not walking.
She begins to run. So she's looking around in like a stupor for a moment. And then she just turns around and she beelines it. And you see her run towards a tear, and then she kind of just steps out of view.
Okay, I'm gonna follow suit.
Are you going to acknowledge the Geo's there at all? Or are you just gonna walk?
Of course not.
Perfect. So you have sloth on yourself.
Yeah.
So you're already moving at half speed due to this all being considered like difficult terrain. And you are halved in your movement. So like everything is labored that you're doing, so you're able to move like 2 towards it.
In fact, as soon as he realizes like he can't move any faster, then he is going to try to dispel himself. So let's do that.
Okay. Then yeah. So Okay. So yeah, so you you remove everything that you had on you then with that. Or do you get to choose specifically with a raise or anything?
Let's see, that's for enchanted item. Pose roll. No result. Pose roll for this.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do it that way. Dispel can be used on a power already in effect or to counter an enemy power as it's being used. You can use it as like counter spell.
You can,
Yeah,
but
you gotta be on
you have
hold
to
first.
hold your action. Yeah.
I didn't know you could do it that way. That's kind of neat.
Mhm. So yeah, it
Yeah,
looks
you can
like
target a single
targeted
power.
Yeah.
Okay, then you still have arcane protection, and I already removed it, but it's still there,
Okay.
so we can pretend.
Right.
And then he will continue to follow out of the tear.
Okay, so even so with that, then that
He's-
would be
Tal's visibly injured, right?
yeah.
Gio's trying to run up to him to help him walk. He's like, trying to give him his arm, and as Tal walks off, not even acknowledging him, Gio just kind of follows behind, like.
You're trying to talk, but you can't hear anything, even your own voice. Is Crow still pulverizing the stone this whole time?
No. As soon as Geo ran off, I did a smarts roll to see if he would come out of it, and he passed. So while they're in there, he's doing this, trying to heal.
Do you guys take like the 10 minutes to heal?
No, just spell.
You got the spell? Okay, go ahead and do that real quick then. Damn. You didn't target yourself, I don't think.
No.
Did that just do it as an attack instead of a fucking
Yes, it
heal? This thing is so fun. Is there a way to make it show heal instead of attack?
I mean, it's just like a skill roll.
No. I mean, like when I'm dragging it, I'm curious if I can make it actually do it as a heal instead of a fucking drag. Oh, anyway, so 2 would be 2 wounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then it says you can cast it multiple times to remove additional wounds.
I don't like that rule. Because, like, that negates the healing skill altogether. Why even have a healing skill that you can only try to heal the wounds once, but with magic you just pew 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 pew.
I know. Honestly, that's my biggest reason that I say heal is like the most OP spell in the book, since
Yeah.
you can just infinitely try.
We're not changing any of the stuff that we already have established. So if you plan on doing it again, go ahead and do it again.
Yeah. Does it say like if you fail, you can't do it again?
Probably not, because I think that's the problem with the healing spell is how vague it is. Like, it doesn't have anything like the healing skill they have outlined in detailed of like what you can and can't do, and then for healing spell it's just like, yeah, you do that.
But if you cast a spell and fail, it still takes the power points, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna burn power points until I get this wound off. So don't mind me.
Well, so I'm gonna mind you with it because we're still technically in combat turn here. You guys just haven't realized it yet.
Okay.
Hey, Sin, give me another D10. Go ahead and heal again.
There we go. Yeah, that's another 2 points.
Ah. So, Tal, as you start walking towards this thing, you see Kay go out of it. You walk right behind her, and you're about to walk out, and then all of a sudden, it's gone. You see another one that opens up just slightly out of reach for you. Geo, as you're like moving, are you gonna try to keep up with Tal, or you gonna try to stop
like
him?
I said, initially Geo was trying to help Tal walk when he looked like he was having trouble, and then when Tal just kind of walked off, not acknowledging him, Geo followed behind him, kind of up tip. Like even if we didn't have the roaring wind, no one would hear him because he'd just be doing his kind of mumble thing, like okay.
So when you catch up to him, are you gonna try to like help him?
I mean, if he seems to be walking under his own power now, I'm not going to help him, but he was, like, initially trying to grab his arm and help lead him until he...
I mean, I think he said he's still favoring it, it's just...
Yeah. Like, he's still favoring it, but he's still moving under his own power, because he's hurt, but not as hurt as he was.
If he's not, like, limping, Geo's not going to... He's just going to walk up behind him and keep up with him.
Okay.
If he was actively limping, Geo would, try to get under his arm and help. But if he's not actively limping, he's just gonna follow along behind him now.
All right. Okay, as soon as you step out into the real world, you would the like high pitched roaring of the winds just stops, and all of a sudden
already silent for me because of my intangibility.
True, I'm sorry, you are correct. So you walk out, and all of a sudden all the spirits and everything that you've seen are gone, and then you see like from your peripheral sort of a flicker, and as you turn around, the tear that you just walked out of is gone. And you see Paul running in your direction, and he's like, "Are you okay?"
He looks down at her arms quickly.
You're not invisible. You're just incorporeal.
Right.
Which is why he's confused. Because he just walked out of there and he didn't look like that.
Yeah. Sorry. Brain not understanding things. I was just like, invisible. Not invisible. And she essentially is just like, I'm fine, and she's like moving away from him.
As soon as he sees that, he stops and he puts his hand up and he just kind of takes a step backwards. That's gonna be his turn. It's not your turn yet, so you'll get a full turn. Right. Actually.
I noticed.
Tal. So yeah, you're walking right behind Kay, and all of a sudden, gone. And then you turn and you look, and you see another one sort of open up to your right.
Okay, going for that one.
That one you actually do have enough movement speed to get through. All right. So yeah, you step out of it, and for you, that wind that's rushing through, as soon as you step out, it's just gone. And like, the first thing you hear is like the sound of like the rain hitting the ground, and it's almost tranquil compared to what you were just in. But you still have like that ringing in your ears of like, kind of like John just got out of like a concert, like how like you, as soon as you like get to the quiet from loud, how you still have that like ringing. You still have that, and you sort of look over your side, and you see Kay standing there, but she's incorporeal. And then you see Paul standing next to her. Anything you want to say, do? That is all your movement to get where you are, though.
He's just looked at, like, she seems fine, but he doesn't know exactly what's going on with that yet, because I'm gonna go with she probably has never done that power before that he's aware of.
Oh yeah, this is a new one.
Yeah.
How'd she do that?
So he doesn't know if this is some sort of residual effect from being in the portal that is. He doesn't know yet. So
Okay.
he looks back through the portal and he's just like looks at Geo and is like, come on, what the fuck are you doing?
He's following right behind you. It's only turn order that's not making him be back that far. If the portals move, it's probably going to cut off right in his face.
So you take a second to assess the situation and you see Geo following behind, but when you look through, like when you turn like this, it's kind of a weird like almost like optical illusion that you see, because you see like this tear and you see Geo there, and then like off to the side you can see Kay, but like if you were to like lean your head like this and look, like Geo wouldn't be there because the portal would be like, the tear would be facing you no matter how you look at it. So you just like pivot to the side and like it parallaxes out of view. You don't see Geo anymore. So Kay, Paul comes up, asks what you're doing, you back away from him a little bit, and then if you're looking around your surroundings and everything, you would see just seemingly out of nowhere, like Tal just like steps out.
And when she sees Tal step out, she instantly moves towards him because she knows she has a bit of magic left, and she saw essence left in her, and she saw him get hurt, so she is moving to attempt to heal him.
Sure. Although I don't know if you can actually heal someone while incorporeal.
Probably not.
I could probably drop it then.
You could do that if you wanted to, sure.
Get to him, and then pretty much as her hand goes to lay on him, like just before she would touch him, the incorporeal will drop as she goes to touch him.
You see Tal going like...
And then when she touches him, she's going to burn through the last 2 remaining of her power points, plus it would require 1 additional, so she's probably rolling with a minus
-1,
-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a -1 to heal.
Do not fail.
Do it.
Okay.
As more wind whips around him for a moment and moves like it's surrounding the wound before dissipating with it, and yeah.
All right. Beep. Okay. And as you're like making your way over there, you start noticing like the essence storm is like starting to pass, and you start seeing the color of the actual surroundings going back to their normal, and like the rainbow haze overhead start to die out a little bit. All right. Is there any dialogue exchange between you two? Anything like that?
At this point, Kay has completely dumped all of her power points and even pushed herself into negating her geomancy by pushing herself into aeromancy, and so she's just like exhausted, all the light from her eyes. I'm sure she's probably like sweating as she just looks to him and nods, like almost acknowledging, like, I did what I was supposed to do.
And he returns like a nod of approval, and then looks over to the rest like, y'all good?
As you look over in Geo's direction, all of a sudden the terror is gone, and you just lose sight of Geo completely. You're like, you good? And then all of a sudden, he's gone.
behind where Geo was in the tear, it disappears. Then there's Crow in the background. It's a complete straight line.
You see Crow sitting there with black all over his knuckles and shit.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. You good? Crow like looks over. I'm fine.
I'm assuming Crow looks fucked up right now.
Besides the black all like on his body and the torn up clothes, he looks fine.
I would say from your distance, Crow looks fucked up.
I figured. Okay.
But he's in good spirits. Sin, give me a D10.
Zoom. We're rolling high with these. Whatever they are.
We need to get out of this.
Yeah, so as you're like talking to Tao, you're kind of looking around and you don't see Geo. Geo's the only person you don't see out here right now.
Crow will start walking towards the rest of the group then. And just shouting like, what happened to Geo?
He like makes like a vague gesture towards like tears and I don't know, one of those. All right, you ready?
Me?
Y'all beat me by a suit. Looking at the initiative here.
Unless you want to go in to get your friend out.
I'm not touching those things.
Oh.
He goes to move towards the chair. She isn't leaving him behind.
You sure you want to do that after you got all transparent and seemingly trapped between dimensions there or something?
He looks like bewildered and confused. And then like it clicks and she was like, "No, I was just pouring all of my essence into wind, and I kind of became wind."
Okay. Just wait here. You're not in any shape. And Tal's just gonna head to the nearest tear.
Geo, take your pick. You see the one that you were walking towards closed, and then you see a couple more open. There's 5 of them that are literally within your range to be able to get out of with your speed.
I think there's only 2 because he totally was following Tal and it like disappeared right in front of him, so he has to go to one of these 2. I think he'd probably go to the one that he sees Paul near, just because that's where Paul is.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So as you guys are talking, you see Geo sort of step out, and then
I don't like that.
And then in order, the
Also,
right as
I'm
soon
gonna
as you
maintain-
walk out, that portal disappears.
How do I maintain my deflection?
It should just tell you to maintain it, and then you. Are you gonna try to maintain it?
Yeah, the storm's still going on. For all he knows, it could enchant something else, and he still has more than half his power. He's going to maintain it at least for 5 more rounds.
Sure. So yeah, so you start seeing slowly these portals begin to dissipate as you step out. But yeah, Crow, you notice as you step out, the tear behind you like mends, and you don't see another one open up nearby. Or not Crow, Geo, the other guy. You don't have to worry about doing it right now. If we get into other shit, I'll remember that you did it.
Okay.
But yeah, so as soon as Geo steps out from it, you see it like kind of mend, and then you don't see another one open up. And yeah. So if you step on your Paul, he's gonna be like, do you have any idea what that was?
A sentinel?
No, that place.
Like, yeah, I got nothing.
He
the Negaverse? I don't know.
He just nods and then he walks away.
And meanwhile, Geo is like cleaning out his ears, trying to pop them.
Storm is passing, but it's still over us.
It's slowly like starting to like fade away.
Does it feel like it's still having a negative impact on us?
You could still feel kind of the tingle of it, but you're not feeling like it making you like discharge powers randomly.
All right. We need to keep moving.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Crow, you good? You had like a spear through at one point. You okay?
I think Crow's like ripping pieces of his shirt off and wrapping it around his hand. I'm fine.
Also, you had that whole deep, echoey, like demon voice thing going on. Does that happen a lot? That was kind of freaky.
No.
Okay.
Stay away when it does.
I mean, if you're just on your own, sure. But if there's a 30-foot monster attacking you, I'm not staying away. Like, I'll put the monster between us, but I'm harrying the thing. That way you can kill it again, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, good job there, Crow.
Crow will like walk up to Geo and like put a hand on his shoulder.
It's like, dude, did you see when I popped up from under his armpit? That dude needs some deodorant, but that was...
He's gonna
You should
walk
stay away. If the monster died, then it would have just been me and you.
I'm pretty fast. I mean, you took a swipe at me at one point, and that's like also not cool, man. But you saw me duck under that. I'm good. I'm good.
This is your warning.
completely ignoring all the conversations. Kay is just like moving towards the remains of this sentinel. Just looking to see if she can see the skeleton.
As you approach the area there's just like small shards of like black glass and like powder in certain areas, like just kind of skewed out across the landscape.
Where did it go?
No, looks like Crow pulverized it. Let's discuss this later. We have to find shelter.
We need to keep moving, yeah. She's just gonna go to move towards the group, and whichever of her companions she gets to first, she's just gonna kind of like lean against them like she just needs assistance because she's fucking exhausted at this point.
Carl's gonna like walk in a circle around Kay and like inspect her?
Geo is going to cast relief on the entire group, although mechanically it's not going to do anything because nobody is actually fatigued. But he is going to cast relief on the entire group. And if it's all right with you, Cliff, the last vestiges of the Essence Storm might kind of enhance that a little as I play an adventure card.
I dig it. Go ahead and roll the 2d6.
As everyone gets back 8 or 9, depending on whether you. So,
yeah,
9 power points.
So the Essence Storm is starting to break up, and the rain and everything is starting to slow to like this light drizzle, and this cool breeze, this sort of unnatural breeze, kicks up as soon as Geo casts relief, like serendipitously, like as soon as he casts relief, this cool breeze kind of hits over you, and you start seeing like the things in your immediate vicinity start moving quickly, and you start feeling that feeling you get when you're regaining your power. You start to feel it sort of like surge up inside of you, almost like he somehow hit the fast forward button on your recovery.
Geo's eyes widen like he wasn't expecting that.
Tal is going to, depending on how Kay responds to that, he may drape her arm around him.
So she went from looking like she had just run 10 miles to like still seeming a little out of breath, but not exhausted like she was. She just looks at Geo and she goes, "Thank you."
Geo gives the I totally meant to do that nod. Welcome.
Tal's like, "Are you good to travel?"
Should be.
All right, let's go. He turns and starts walking.
Crow's still like leaning in towards Kay, like inspect. He's like, nothing changed. Were you injured?
No, I had used all of the essence I had inside of me.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I appreciate you looking out for me, though.
I heard that's dangerous.
Yes, I used more than I had, actually.
Especially for the humans.
Yeah, but I was in the process of overloading, and instead of causing an earthquake or the ground to swallow you guys, I chose to counteract it.
Why not use the overload?
Because the overload's unpredictable, and it's difficult to manage, so...
Yeah, all things
counteracting
when you
it. But
first learn them are difficult.
even for the most experienced of Aberrant, having an essence storm overload you is incredibly dangerous, and you want to put a stop to that as soon as possible. Or at least that's what Tal told me.
Okay, so from context clues, I'm getting that was an essence storm.
Looks confused as to how the fuck you didn't figure that out. Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I mean, it's multiple people have called it that, like in the last 2 to 5 minutes here. I knew it was an odd storm, and it felt kind of weird. Just making sure I have the name right.
Yes, it's an essence storm, and I didn't mean to cause the ground to become quicksand several times in the past few minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, I assumed you were just trying to slow the creature or something. I don't know. But yeah, that... I mean, at one point I accidentally numbed the creature. So yeah, I get it. That was weird.
I thought you said that these things, they only went after one person. It definitely seemed fixated on Crow that whole time.
Which, if that's a different one than earlier, means that it had imprinted on him, and we still have mine to worry about. But if not, then I have no idea.
I mean, it did walk through the portal at the beginning, maybe like being cut off from here to there. We need names for these places, but maybe if being cut off from the actual place and in that like negative place, cut it off from K, and then it had to pick someone new when it came back.
I don't know, it shattered its cage. That's like its way to eat.
Yeah, if it was focused on me and it did that, did I like piss it off? Like it committed suicide almost just to kill us?
Did you guys see the skeleton inside of it?
It killed someone?
No, there was a skeleton moving, like directing its motions from within, but I couldn't see it until I was inside of
Oh, don't like
inside
that.
of the void.
Most of our skeletons direct our movement and it go like puts a hand out and like bones pierce his fingers. Isn't that how everything works?
Where Kay just like completely mindlessly just like grabs his hand and starts like looking at it, almost like inspecting it, because she's just like so fucking curious about how that whole shit works. And she's like, well, yeah, but this was like almost as if it was a much smaller
Possessed.
skeleton controlling a large mech.
So it was like possessed.
I know we've made this reference before. You know, in Avatar, when the waterbender in the bog is doing the like vine bending, it's kind of like that.
I need to interject here. I think that there's
Yeah?
a misimagery. The skeleton was the same size as the creature.
Okay, never mind. I was imagining it like how we had discussed with the jelly cubes.
The skeleton
fuck is
was
that
just
thing
in
doing?
the head.
Now I'm actually kind of mad I didn't do that. That sounds way cooler.
Right?
Yeah, for me it was like just in the chest was like Skelly Boy doing like...
No, so like the way that I envisioned it was almost like when you guys were in there, you were seeing like an X-ray of it almost, right?
Okay.
You could see the outline of the thing that Crow was fighting in its armor, if you will. But you could, from inside there, see the skeleton actually moving about. You could see its skeleton. Whereas Crow and Geo, because they never went in there, they didn't see a skeleton. They just seen, like, the giant knight of obsidian.
I don't think we're ever even close to know that you were fighting WoW in the other dimension.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Crow probably thinks he beat the shit out of that thing, although he doesn't quite understand why it didn't line
Yeah,
up.
like he punched him in the leg, then his torso exploded.
I mean, Geo was behind him with the
berserk
staff.
mode. He was just like, yeah!
It's all in the heat of the moment. It doesn't need to make sense. I punched it, it
Right.
died, I won.
Yep. Tao keeps giving him credit, so that must be what happened.
No one has told him otherwise.
Nope.
I mean, Geo fully believes it. He was behind the thing and it kept blowing up, and before he went behind it, Crow had been punching away with his giant friggin' fist.
And I guess other imagery with that. So up until the point where it actually fell and crumbled, the only damage that you guys ever seen happen to it was when Crow cracked it. Other than that, that thing was like the shell was in perfect condition up until it just died.
It was that crack that would let it be cracked within, like, the inside. It kept going further and further on the inside. That's why the torso exploded.
Exactly.
No, you're just you got the whole dim sung whatever heart stopping punch. You were hitting the insides without hitting the outside.
The fucking the Kiss of the Dragon or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah.
Hey, dim son. That was the first movie I remember him from. What's his name? Anthony.
That was Romeo Must Die. You're thinking of.
Yeah. Well, you said the dim son punch is what it made me think of was. What's his name? Anthony what?
Oh, it's Dim Mock. Sorry.
I can't think of his name.
Yeah, well. Hey, dim son.
Anthony Anderson. That's
There
what
you
it
go.
is.
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson.
All right. Well, there you go. That's 3 movie references and like.
Yeah, the fastest y'all lost me.
I don't believe that for a second.
Listen,
Sure, I
the
probably
only
said
one
some shit that
I
lost you
understood
faster.
there was the Matrix reference.
So yeah.
So,
Whenever Crow takes his hand back, Kay has just black blood in her hand.
and that just switches her curiosity to, whoa! Is this?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop it.
Oh, you're dead now.
At least this blood isn't spicy.
We don't know that yet.
Oh,
True.
wait.
I haven't tasted it yet.
Kate's
it is.
like, ew.
I'll use a Benny for that.
Worth.
Crow's blood is spicy per canon now.
Good. Is this?
I'm kind of
What
worried if we
is-
ever get a nice like some Mexican breakfast, eggs, spicy eggs, and gonna wonder how he seasoned that stuff.
What is this? What did you season this with? It's a little spicy. Got a little tang to it too.
Bitch.
It's
May-
a great ingredient.
Make some enchiladas, but the sauce is black instead of red. Still tastes right though. A little more irony.
I mean, isn't shit.
Blood pudding.
No. The there's a traditional like Mexican why can't I think of what the fuck it is right now? Like a sauce though, but it's black. The traditional one is black, even though like modern ones they do like red and green with it, but the traditional is like black where it came from back in like fucking Oaxaca.
When I search Mexican black sauce, all I find is Patrico's salsa negra.
That's like a modernized one, I'm assuming, but we're talking about traditional. But I can't think what the fuck the
Black mole?
There you go, mole. That's it. Yeah, black mole is like traditional shit from like Oaxaca. But it is. That would make sense that there was a black sauce on the enchilada. Boom.
Gio's like 3 enchiladas in already. Dude, where do you find actual mole?
Crow's all looking pale, like you need to stop. Can't keep making these.
So how close are we to the pylon now? Where are we?
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. Good. Let's keep moving.
All right. What Gio is just following everyone.
Crow's too.
Shut up.
You are correct. Paul, you okay?
Confused. Worried about the thoughts of there being more of those things.
Yeah, probably be best if we waited a day, 2 days, make sure that this storm is gone completely.
He just nods in agreement and then continues walking. All right, so you guys continue walking throughout, and it's like nightfall. You guys get back to the area, and as you guys start walking closer, Paul, he makes like a bird noise almost as he's approaching, and then you hear another one come from the settlement area, and yeah, no one says anything. He just keeps walking, and then a few minutes later, one of the other people from there kind of head out and greet you guys. Paul's like, so, thanks to our new friends here, they've showed us a different life that we could have. And I think it would be in everyone's best interest if we were to move from here out. Would you guys mind getting whomever can speak towards what type of payment or assistance you'll be able to give us so we can start our new life there?
Do my best, I promise.
And he looks over at the guy that came on. He's like, hold off on telling the others for now.
Kay heaves a heavy sigh. And then she goes from looking just tired and stressed from everything that's gone on and just thinking about everything to like, almost like just a flick of the switch customer service attitude of just like, what? Whew, alright. And then she goes and she walks over to where the protectors and JD would have made camp.
Hey, Megan, do you already have the charismatic edge?
I don't think I have it yet, but I do believe it's on the list. What?
Looking at your level up. New power, new power, new power.
Yeah.
Right. Just asking before I threw an adventure card at you.
I don't have it yet.
Okay.
Who all used adventure cards this time? Hal?
Yeah.
I used mine like right away.
I used one of my two.
Yeah.
What did you use yours on, Crow?
Every wound I got gave me +2 to damage.
Oh yeah, that was better than what I would have done with your cards.
It was nice for the shit that happened to him right away.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, since we...
Although you could have used the Get Savage for Giant Killer, but that wouldn't that would have actually not helped as much because that's only a D6 extra damage.
That was what I was getting anyways with my 3 wounds.
No, you're getting a +6. That averaged out to, like, that would be a D12's worth of extra damage on average.
I still got one play left in my adventure cards, but I don't think I'm going to use it. The one card I might have played, I just gave to Megan because I think it'll work better for them. Oh, wait. No, somebody.
Yep, I just gave you a new one.
Our Oh. Please hold.
You're doing this customer service stuff a little bit too well right now.
Please enjoy
JD's like,
this
what are you
ride
talking
through
about?
the backbone while your party is reached.
Oh, I forgot to give Sin this one.
I can't even use it.
Oi, oi.
Hey, wait. Killing the sentinel. That's a pretty good deed. Here, I'll play this. It's not really gonna do much considering with the house rules Cliff uses, conviction expires at the end of the night, but hey. Still give an extra D6 for negotiations.
Conviction earned through normal means does not expire that way.
Oh, okay, then I definitely want to play this card. So it's just the adventure. It's just the players playing conviction on the viewers playing conviction on us that expires.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Because otherwise, you guys would have just like a cache of conviction.
Ah,
I don't see anything wrong with this.
So, Cliff, for the Get Savage card, it does say for the rest of this encounter.
Mm-hmm.
Would you consider this conversation that I would be having with...
This will be a social encounter.
Okay, just wanted to be sure, because wording.
Yep.
Two-fisted.
You go, give me this. Okay.
This is troublesome. You know, I think I'm actually gonna end up going to... let's just go talk to him. For now. Do I find them when I go where they would have been supposed to camp?
Yeah, so when you go there, you see JD and one of the protectors is there.
Well, good news, boys. Willing to move. But the thing is, we are taking their home. We didn't own this pylon. And it's only fair as if we were to give them some form of compensation to take it back. This isn't some sort of manifest destiny. This is more of like back in the frickin' modern world, like how an eminent domain would work, where we should probably be giving them money for taking their home. They deserve some till to get themselves started. And I'm sure we can find something to give them.
Sure. Give me a persuasion roll at a -4. Before you do that, does anybody want to attempt to chime in to help support the cause and assist in this persuasion roll?
sure.
I probably shouldn't.
No.
Okay, so -4 then.
I said sure.
Oh, okay. So what are you chiming in with? Haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No?
Gia's gonna call out like,
my little
yeah.
heart.
I mean, from what I understand, the people who own the power center also own the city. So I mean, even if we can't get them till, maybe getting them one of those abandoned houses for them to fix up, like giving them a pick from that list. He's just throwing out a suggestion since he looked, given the look he gave it money.
Sure. Give me a persuasion roll first, Geo, and then we'll see.
I will use one of my bennies on that.
Oh no.
He's just like, you can just give the man a house? That's more expensive than the till!
Stop being dicks.
He's like, first off, fuck y'all. Second off, you should give him a house.
Oh, it's more like Gio's naturally taunting nature comes through. He's like, yeah, I mean, so let me rephrase this now that I know it's a crit fail. Yeah, I mean, dude, the same people own the city as own the power plant. Just give them one of the houses that's in the big barren area. It's not like those matter to you.
All right, Kay, give me a persuasion roll to -5, please.
Gio speaks, and like Kay's eyebrows raise a little bit, and she's got a pained expression on her face. Like, I really wish this motherfucker knew how to shut the fuck up on occasion.
Dude, the GM asked if I wanted to contribute, and I have the big mouth. I have to.
I know, but I'm saying how Kay is reacting.
I know.
Oh, come on! What? So Cliff, hold on. Wait.
Sure, I'm listening.
I want to contribute now.
How many crit fails can we get?
Right.
If all 4 of you crit fail, I think there's like a prize.
Everyone's hostile now.
I like them so much. Fucking stay here.
Well, go ahead, John. I thought you had something there.
Yeah. Red's a good color, Not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, no, I see that, some of us like red more than others.
Yeah, it's a color of passion,
It is. There was a very passionate response here. JD just looks up at you and he goes, look, I'm gonna be real with you. This going peaceful was great. And truthfully, I didn't expect it to happen this way. Neither did the governor. So I'm grateful that it did. And you know what? I will pay for them to have a week at the inn for them to get a job and get their lives started there. But getting them a house is out of the question. And anything outside of that is out of the question. It's more than what we should be doing. Because technically speaking, these are properties of the power plant. And more importantly, they are in the way of us being able to get things going that could potentially help thousands of other people. If we have to displace a small handful to help a couple thousand more, in my book, that's the right move. So I'm not going to hear any more of this. You can go back and tell them that we'll put them up for a week. And they can take the offer or they can decline the offer. If they decline the offer, we're still going to get this done.
Understood. And Kay will turn around and just walk away at that point. Go to walk straight back to Paul.
As you guys turn around and everything, JD, he's like, Tal, come here for a second.
He perches an eyebrow and then he just starts walking over,
So, I assume you probably know a little bit about those storms that passed through here?
Maybe.
Well, we had a bit of an incident while you guys were gone. And Wilson started acting strange. And as soon as it started getting bad, he took off in that direction, further into the woods. And we haven't seen him now for about 3 hours or so.
Okay. Did you not send a team to retrieve him?
A team? We are the team. And I wasn't going to have him leave me here to go searching for Wilson. I'm not going to be here alone with a potential threat. And he's like gesturing towards the pylon.
So there's just the two of them?
Yeah, yeah.
I
Remember,
gotcha.
it was only 2 guards and the boss.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that, like, you and Crow might go look for him, or is this normal for things like this to happen, or?
The storm affects different people in different ways. So, what is normal? It's hard to say. Especially since things have happened in this place that is non-traditional for the garden. Is this Wilson a friend of yours?
Well, no, not particularly, but I don't want to leave
Oh.
anybody behind.
Well, Wilson, I'm sorry. Nothing we can do.
What do you mean?
He ran off. We can't risk anybody to go after him. He will either be crazy and hurt someone, or he'll come to his senses and find his way home.
Did Crow or Geo stay, or did they follow Kay, or what happened with this engagement?
If Kay kept walking, Geo kept following her. If Kay stopped, Geo would try to hang back enough to listen.
Oh.
So it just depends on what Kay does.
Well, I assume Kay was walking back towards them regardless.
Okay, then yeah, Geo's following Kay.
Moving towards Paul.
What about Crow?
Crow's staying at the camp with JD and them.
Okay, so JD looks over at you then when Tal says, like, sorry. He's like, can't you, like, track him or something?
After a storm? Probably not. Watches away the tracks, especially in an essence storm.
So, if it was one of you that just ran off in there, you'd just be like, oh, sorry, guess you're going to have to find your way home.
Absolutely.
Give me a persuasion roll. Give me a persuasion roll to +2, because I think that there is some part of Tal that actually means that.
He absolutely means
Yeah,
it.
depending on who it is, he does mean it. He just lets out a sigh, and he's like, "Okay, I appreciate your guys' input."
It's dark right now, right?
Yeah.
Crow's like, in the morning, Iris will have better visual in the sky. Send out a bird in the morning.
He's like mumbling under his breath. He'll probably be dead in the morning.
Crow probably heard that. Don't give up hope.
He's like got a like the top of like a small like pine tree, like a carnivorous bush. He's got like the top of it, and he's like pulling out the needles, and he's just like kind of tossing them on the ground while he's talking to you guys. He's like, all right, thanks. Let me know when we're good to start working on these repairs.
So what is to happen if these people don't agree with your temporary housing offer?
Well, then we're gonna have to get them out of here regardless.
As in us here, or?
Well, you know, but Crow, Geo, K, they were hired on as security. Plus, Russell and, well, if Wilson ever shows back up, him too. But don't worry, we have that part under control.
How so?
Don't worry about it. I need your mind focused on getting this repair done. That's the main thing that you're here for, and that's what's important. He like reaches over and he like puts his hand on your shoulder. He's like, "Don't worry, we'll take care of you."
I'm sure you will. He gives like a little half smile that's probably more unnerving than it is comforting.
Yeah, and then around this time, Kay, you're probably making it back out the woods, like to where Paul is, and he's standing there talking to one of the other people from this little group. And as you walk out, he kind of raises his eyebrows and looks at you. He's like, "Good news, bad news?"
Intermediate news, where it's not nothing. But the most I could get him to budge was putting you up for a week in the inn while you guys work on getting yourself jobs and getting yourself settled.
Give me a persuasion roll flat. Unless anybody else wants to help.
Geo can't keep his mouth shut. He's gonna have to chime in.
Sure.
Let me roll first before I say what he says.
Sure.
Because I have stuff to say either way.
2 out
I
of
just
3
wanna
of
know
those
what we're
dice
looking
were
at.
ones.
Sure.
All right, so Geo's just gonna try to reassure him that we're on his side. It's like, look, in his own big mouth way though. Look, a week for as many people as you have is a good deal. If you don't want it though, tell us. Tell him you're good with it, and we'll get like Tal to say the parts aren't there to fix this. Don't tell him that you don't want it.
He kind of just looks at you, puzzled. And you're like,
We're on your side. He's on the greater good.
He kind of like he kind of looks at you a little bit. He's like, what do you mean greater good?
Like I said, finger quotes around greater good there, Paul. He thinks that restoring power to a large community of people is the greater good than you guys being able to stay in this home. She rolls her eyes.
I got the impression that this is the carrot with a very big stick behind it. So I'd rather you not say no to him. Just, I mean, it's a good deal. 7 days for as many people as you had. That's it's not as good as I'd hoped you get, but honestly, it's better than it could be. So I mean, if you are interested in moving with us, I'd say take it. I mean, you got friends there, but if you're not interested, just let us know, not him. We'll work things out.
I think after what we went through today, it's still a better deal than staying out here. Because had that thing stumbled upon us here, I don't know that we would have been able to properly defend ourselves.
Safety in numbers.
Well, we have more here than you guys had there, but you guys still managed to do it with fewer numbers. That I don't think that the 15 of us would have been able to. My attacks were just... He was just absorbing them.
No, I was more referring to being at the city, safety in numbers.
Yeah,
With that many people, it's easier to defend. We're all working together to survive.
Or worst case scenario, easier to run away.
Yeah.
He kind of like nervously
You just gotta
chuckles
be
to
faster than the
himself.
slowest one.
I appreciate you all having my back in this. It means a lot. And if I can ever do anything to help you, let me know.
Of course.
So, did he mention when he wants to do this, or is this something we need to start packing up and moving out now?
I'd say definitely start working on packing because we were told we weren't supposed to go back to the city until this job was done. So I'm assuming within the next couple days they're going to want to have this pylon repaired.
Well, pretty much what you see here is what we have, so it's not like we have a lot we need to pack.
Yep, personal belongings and whatnot.
I'll go in and get everybody ready. Give us an hour or two, we could probably have everything ready to go. And then...
Well, it's already basically nightfall. There's not much we can do with limited lighting when it comes to repairs, so you're probably good to get some rest for the night before we start working on things.
I'm not going to be able to sleep anyway, so I might as well make use of it. He looks over to the other person from the group and he kind of nods and he's like, let everybody know, start packing their things up. We'll be out of here first light tomorrow. And the guy nods, turns around, and he's like, so, what's your guys' plan for the night then?
Well, I'm assuming we're gonna camp with our boss man. And apparently one of the,
You weren't there.
Nope, I
You
wasn't.
heard he walked away.
That's why I stopped mid-sentence. I was like, eh. Boss man and the others, in the morning Cal will get started on trying to fix the pylon.
Alright, well, if you guys need anything from us, just let us know. I guess I'll go in and start helping them inside there. And thanks again for everything.
You're welcome.
I-
She smiles and goes to, like she's about to start walking back towards where their campsite is.
Yeah, he turns around and he starts walking back towards the pylon. And I assume by now Tal and everybody else has kind of made their way out. Well, Tal and Crow. Unless
Yeah.
Crow's staying there.
Just thinking with Tao, I wanted to ask him something when we were alone.
Mm-hmm.
Once we're out of earshot of everyone.
Kay was gonna say something to Gio.
Hey, Tao.
Mm-hmm.
Was Kay wind? She turned into wind?
It is a variation of an ability I've seen practice at home by advanced students. But yeah.
But it was an ability. It wasn't ascension.
I wasn't sure at first until she said otherwise. But apparently, yes, it was on purpose and her own ability.
Okay. Can the humans ascend?
Human ascension? Oh. I think it's still too early to tell. It's only been 4 years, something like that. But I would expect even the most gifted caster who wasn't born into it like the aberrant, probably we wouldn't know that for at least another several years.
Yeah, she made a comment about having some tricks up her sleeves and all that, and when she started doing that, it piqued my interest a little bit.
I've been able to take what I've learned before and apply it to new training methods that are more suitable and more receptive for her, and she's taken to it. So uh, at this point, it's not much different than training an aberrant, as far as I'm concerned.
Hmm.
Why? What are you looking for in these questions?
Just still trying to figure out who I'm traveling with. If she was on the verge of ascension, I feel like protecting a human coming to that would be high priority to protect.
Have you ever experienced an ascension?
Oh no.
Yeah.
And my people, it's maybe one of us every few generations.
Well, we still don't have a lot of concrete evidence and information about it, even back home. A lot of it is still believed to be theoretical.
Folklore.
Yeah, some of it. I am of I guess would be classified as a religion that believes that ascension exists. Some people don't.
That's how my people see it. A religion.
So, as where I came from when I began my travels, they went with the majority that worship the essence itself. And I just strongly believe that it is a tool. If you own your craft enough and you get skilled beyond everyone else, you figure something out that unlocks that ascension. That's my belief, at least. He holds
That
out
makes
his arms that are like, and he just kind of like turns it and shows like the cracks and it, like his skin is like splitting, but it is not, doesn't look like it's a wound so much as it's somehow happening naturally. This is either at the end of my journey, either I'm going to ascend or I might just explode. But either way works for me.
You guys would be
maybe.
like coming out of the wood line around this time, so like Geo and Kay would be in eyesight.
I think Kay said she was going to say something to Geo.
Well, I don't think the sin was done yet.
As we're coming out of the wood line and we look at him, like Crow like nods to the two of them and says to Tao, I never really had an aberrant to talk to about their upbringings and stuff. If you're willing, we can pick each other's minds later or sometime.
Yes, absolutely, because I was very sheltered, so I would be very interested to find out why the other aberrant back at First Light were so cautious around you.
And Kay and Geo, both of you, you'd still be talking around the time that they start coming to, so whatever you're going to say to Geo.
So, as soon as they had started walking for just a little bit, Kay Kay was quiet at first, but then eventually she's just like, I wanted to thank you, Gio. You ran into what you had no idea what that TV static was going to be, what it was going to do to you. You just knew we were gone. And you risked it all to try to see if we were okay. You're muted, sweetie.
No, my mic just thought I was mumble. Gio was very mumbly with that, and my mic thought it was background noise, is what it was.
Okay.
He mumbled out a "You're welcome," and he's very kind of embarrassed looking and very.
He's bashful. She just kind of smiles and like bumps into him and is like, "Oh, come on, a girl can't be grateful that a guy ran to her help."
You're welcome. Thank you. I mean, you're welcome. Yeah. Just what you should do.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it.
So Tal, you would see this
remind me a lot of a
interaction.
friend of mine from home. So
Yeah, he's not eavesdropping or anything.
Ain't dropping no eaves, sir.
Tal,
No,
why is your
he's-
ear glowing purple? I didn't know you could even do that.
Gio kind of lightly sways and bumps his shoulder back into hers in turn. Yeah, you're welcome.
glad we ran into each other.
Same.
She just kind of like tight smiles and then just walks over to Tal. Just falling in line beside him per usual, not intending to have conversation or anything, just gonna go stand with him.
And JD and what's his name is not nearby, right?
No, so JD and the other protector, Russell, are back still at their little makeshift camp they have going on.
So I'm hoping this went well, because if it didn't, I think JD is expecting us to kill these people.
Yeah, I got
So, well, luckily it did go well. And they're gonna work on getting things packed up and being ready to head out as soon as we can. And they've extended the four of us that if we ever need help with anything, they're willing to help.
That's good.
Yeah, it's always good to have more allies.
I didn't feel like killing these people or JD.
To be perfectly honest, I didn't feel like killing anyone either.
Yeah, I'd much rather just, obfuscate the truth a bit, I mean, no one here knows what's needed to fix the pylon anyway. We could just say a couple parts are missing, but thankfully it didn't come to that.
Yeah, and now we just have to continue to, fib through a tooth and hopefully not get ourselves killed while fixing the pylon. She looks at Tal and smiles. I sure hope you can figure it out.
I guess we'll see. But things come, I don't know. Negotiations break down. I know you all don't feel like killing anybody, but
Or I'd prefer not to. It's not that I wouldn't. You know that, Tal.
I'm aware.
And your guys'
I guess
conversation kind of gets cut off by the sound of automatic fire off in the distance. That's where we're going to end that for the night.
What the fuck's going on?
Probably that one who ran off.
No. That's where we ended at. You guys don't get to continue this dialogue.
Oh no, this is that was an out of character comment. I assumed that was an out of character comment from Megan.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
That was
okay.
me going, what the fuck is that? She's
Oh, yeah, fucking goes
Oh,
crazy.
Gio doesn't know some, but he's ran off, so he's just looking wide-eyed over.
Wilson got plenty of airball.
Yeah. So, hope everybody enjoyed themselves tonight. I'm excited to see how this next step is gonna go with you guys.
Deuces.
Damn.
Right.
If you didn't enjoy yourself, just say so. You ain't got to do that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Right.
Streamed over. Like,
What the hell?
Yeah, no, for me, Discord just like
Interesting.
suddenly gave me like a
Yeah, mine just did the
Update.
same thing.
yeah. Well,
wait, is it okay? I thought it was gonna do Sin next because your video popped in where his was and had a loading screen.
Everybody's just getting picked off one by one.
I don't know if it was like updating or something. You're like, all right, and it just like went gray and gave me the tumble block, and I was like, at least the session was over.
Yeah, you like disappeared, so I'm talking trash, and then as soon as you pop back in, mine disconnects and does the same thing.
Fucking Wilson wasn't ready for the stream to end.
Get back here, motherfucker. Ah!
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh.
There it goes.
Ooh, do me next. Do me next.
Oh, he's just
some
gone.
update that's going through.
Since gone.
Super gun.
Sin's about to be in the audience in a second here. Oh, there he goes.
Now she blows.
All right.
It's like help up in the upside down.
Take your bets. Who's next? Is it going to be John or is it going to be Heathcliff?
They're definitely pushing through an
It's haunting
update or
us now.
something.
Right.
Yeah.
Haunting us now.
The fact that they're forcing everybody to do it like that tells me that they found like a security patch or some shit. They had to they immediately pushed that shit through. Like you don't even get an option.
Nah.
But yeah, so hope everybody had a good time tonight. Try to figure out who we're gonna raid out to. Seeing who is on. Live and Let's Die. We didn't do them last time, did we? I don't think we did. Yeah, let's raid out to Live and Let's Die. And we'll be back
Man,
next
it'd
week.
be really cool if their dungeon master's name is like Olivia or Elizabeth or something. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but that would be good.
Yeah,
Fun.
since they've got the Live spelling, but
Yeah, it's a give a good pun. So next week, Wednesday, 8 o'clock, we'll be here. Week after that, Wednesday, 8 o'clock, we'll be here. Week after that, Thursday, and then from now on, Thursday thereafter. So starting 9:15 until the foreseeable future, Thursdays. But yeah, on that note, I'm gonna raid out. Everybody have a good night. Thank you.
peace.